Good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of November 3rd, 2021. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. As such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. For committee members participating by electronic means, per the recently amended Procedure Bylaw, please ensure your video is turned on and let the Deputy City Clerk know if you are leaving the meeting for the purposes of confirming quorum. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart.
Here.
Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
And you have an LOA from 5:30 onwards?
Actually, clerk, I have an LOA from 12:30 onwards from a Metro meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Present.
And you also have an LOA from 6 to 8?
Yeah.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Present. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
With an LOA from 6 to 10. Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
And also an LOA from 4:30 to 10. Councillor Bligh is the chair, and Councillor Kirby Young.
Present. And I also have LOAs today, just noting for this part of this morning and this evening.
Thank you. The meeting has quorum, Chair Bligh.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to go over the plan for the day. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to committee members using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind committee members that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 4 items of business on today's agenda, 1 presentation, 2 staff reports, and 1 referred member's motion. We will recess for lunch at noon and will reconvene in committee at 1 p.m. Now, should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we do have a scheduled dinner break at 5 to reconvene at 6 p.m. However, as we heard during roll call, we actually do have 5 councillors who have LOAs for tonight at 6 o'clock. So I'll just invite councillors to consider that if it means going past 5 o'clock to complete the business, that we ought to consider doing so to finish before 6 o'clock. So, finally, I'd like to remind committee members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the Deputy City Clerk in final written form before the committee member introduces them. Please ensure the City Clerk has received your amendment by using the Council Meeting Amendments DL. As chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers and no presentations that we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. We have items 2 and 3 on the consent agenda for consideration. Does any member wish to hold any of these items for debate or questions to staff?
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato.
Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
I'd like to hold report number 3, the accessibility strategy.
Okay, so we can hold report 3, and I'll just note that Councillor Wiebe was on the queue. You're good. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Wiebe. So we're holding report number 3. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on report number 2, which would be on the consent agenda?
Move adoption.
Okay, again, it's a little tricky with the hybrid, of course, but Councillor Carr moves recommendations. So thank you very much, Councillor Carr, for item number 2. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed?
Yay.
Motion carries. So the following has been approved on consent. And that is item 2, renewal of the Heritage Energy Retrofit Grant Program. Thank you very much. So before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers they have 5 minutes to make their comments and should state whether they are in support or in opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. Committee members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Seeing that we don't have any speakers for this item, I'm just going to move right ahead to inviting the Climate Emergency Action Plan Annual Update, and we have Doug Smith, Brad Baddelt, and Matt Horn with us today to offer the presentation.
Council, good morning. Just want to double check that you guys can see the screen up there. Sharing. All right, my name is Doug Smith. I'm the Director of Sustainability. And today we will be providing you the first annual report on the Climate Emergency Action Plan that you approved almost a year ago today. You'll be hearing from multiple staff today, and we'll introduce them as we go along. See if I can get the slides to go forward. And they don't. Hold on. There we go. So as you'll see in the presentation, later today we'll have successes to celebrate and also some sobering challenges as we tackle our 2030 goal to reduce community-wide emissions in Vancouver by 50%. The presentation today will include a recap of the last 10 years of the Greenest City Action Plan, an overview of how we're progressing with the Climate Emergency Action Plan, a review of the success stories, including what we've been able to achieve in our Green Operations Plan, and then a look ahead to the key upcoming decisions that impact our 6 big moves under the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Our work to prepare for the impacts of climate change, also known as climate change adaptation, isn't part of today's presentation, but staff are available to take questions on this work if you would like. So the Greenest City Action Plan has underpinned the city's sustainability work for the past decade. That work was organized under 3 main objectives: zero carbon, zero waste, and healthy ecosystems. In the 10 years of the Greenest City Action Plan, we've made progress on all of our targets, which gives us a solid foundation to continue making progress in the years ahead. We met or exceeded 8 of the 18 targets, including our efforts to increase the percentage of trips of walking, cycling, and transit, plant more trees, and grow the number of green businesses in our city. In addition to giving us successes to celebrate, Greenest City has also kept our eyes open to the sustainability challenges that we need to do better on. A good example is our work to transition off of fossil fuels. We came up short on our climate target in Greenest City, and we need to accelerate that work over the next decade if we're going to be successful. Greenest City has given us a number of lessons learned that we have incorporated into the implementation of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I'll walk through the top 5 that staff and stakeholders have identified. Number 1, to make a change on challenging sustainability issues, we need to rely on all of our tools, which include regulatory actions, land use and investment, and advocacy. Number 2, in addition to making Vancouver more sustainable, our leadership influences progress in other cities throughout the region and across the country and beyond. For example, our work on zero-emission new buildings has helped shape the BC Energy Step Code and influence green building policy development across the continent. Number 3, a strength of Greenest City has always been clear objectives and transparent reporting on our progress. We want to improve on that in climate emergency by providing more advance warning if we're not on track for our targets, so we have time to adjust. We also want to provide more accountability around financial strategy that supports these climate actions. Number 4, while some may think as Greenest City has an environmental plan, we've learned that the benefits are much broader, including health outcomes and lower energy costs. We are targeting these types of co-benefits through Climate Emergency Action Plan as well. And number 5, community support was one of the main drivers of creating and following through on the Greenest City Action Plan. That same desire for stronger climate action exists in today's community, but we need to do more to connect the dots between the community's demand for change and the actual actions the public see on the ground. I'll also point out that you have received a handout with a more detailed summary of the outcomes of the Greenest City Action Plan, and this is available to the public on the city's website as well. And now I'm going to pass the podium over to our Climate Policy Manager, Matt Horn, who will walk us through an overview of the progress of the Climate Emergency Action Plan over the last year.
Thanks, Doug. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I'm going to transition now into sort of the update on the Climate Emergency Action Plan, in particular sort of our work around complete walkable neighborhoods, active transportation and transit, zero-emission vehicles, zero-emission space and water heating, low-carbon materials and construction practices, and restored coasts and forests. So this is a chart you've seen before with our most recent data. It's showing just a snapshot of how we're doing. Each of the gray bars represents citywide carbon pollution from buildings, transportation, and waste. And you can see from 2007 to 2020, carbon pollution is down 15% in the city. And that's against the backdrop of a growing economy and increasing population. So we are starting to move in the right direction. You can also see quite clearly we need to accelerate that progress if we're going to hit our 2030 target, which is really, in essence, what the Climate Emergency Action Plan is all about. So to provide this, we're going to be first an assessment from staff of our current likelihood of reaching the 6 big move targets. And we've assessed those in terms of high, medium, and low likelihood of reaching the targets. Those assessments are based on a variety of factors, including policy outcomes, availability of financial resources, and also availability of staff resources. After we work through those sort of updates in terms of the assessments of meeting targets, we'll walk through big move by big move to provide some of the successes that have happened over the last year, and also an opportunity to emphasize some of the key upcoming decisions that will be coming to council that have the opportunity to influence the likelihood of reaching those targets. For this work, it's also accompanied by a more detailed dashboard that provides a breakdown of individual actions and milestones and how we're doing against those over the last year. So, as I said, I'll start with that assessment of our current likelihood of reaching the 6 big move targets, and 2 things to emphasize here. One, we've framed this assessment very much around the targets and our likelihood of reaching them. We think that's appropriate given how important these targets are at a local, regional, provincial, national, and international level, and they really dictate to what degree we'll be able to avert the worst impacts of climate change. The second thing to emphasize is these assessments are not set in stone. They're based on a current assessment of factors and decisions that we have as a city and decisions that other governments and organizations make have the ability and will influence those ratings over time. So the first, our work on complete walkable neighborhoods, where the objective is by 2030 that 90% of residents live within an easy walk roll of their daily needs. We've assessed that at a medium likelihood. The outcomes we're striving for here are relatively straightforward. We need to add more housing and improve access to amenities throughout the city to be able to achieve this target. That work is being explored through the Vancouver plans. We know that is underway. We've assessed this at a medium likelihood because we also know that decisions around adding housing and changing neighborhoods are challenging, and we don't know where that work is going to end up over the next year. The second is our work on active transportation and transit, where the objective is by 2030 to have 2/3 of trips by walking, cycling, and transit. We've assessed this at a low likelihood currently of meeting that target. The primary reason here is sort of a gap in our financial strategy. To do this work, we need to ramp up investments in cycling infrastructure, walking infrastructure, and transit priority. That's work we have been doing and will continue to do. But that target for 2030 is quite ambitious, and we need to sort of scale up that work to be able to meet that target. We would have anticipated a gap in our financial strategy at this point of implementation. That gap is bigger than anticipated because of the decision not to proceed with the climate emergency parking program. Our work on zero-emission vehicles, where the objective by 2030 is to have 50% of the kilometers on our roads driven by zero-emission vehicles. We've also assessed that currently at a low likelihood of meeting the targets. Twofold reason here. One relates to the same budget gap we're facing, and to encourage and really accelerate that adoption of zero-emission vehicles in the city, we need easy and reliable access to charging across the city. And part of that will rely on city investments to scale up public charging in particular. The second reason relates to building demand. And we know we've had good early interest in electric vehicles in Vancouver from the public. We've also had sort of stronger policy from the province through their zero-emission vehicle mandate, and which will help to build supply of zero-emission vehicles. To meet our targets, we will have to further accelerate that transition to electric vehicles. We had hoped to be using the pollution charge in the climate emergency parking program. Without access to that tool, we do need to go back to the drawing board to look for additional tools to accelerate demand. Our work on Big Move 4 and zero-emission space and hot water heating, where the objective is to cut carbon pollution by 50% from buildings by 2030. We've assessed this at a medium likelihood of hitting the 2030 target. So the solutions here are quite clear. We need to electrify buildings, we need to bring on more renewable gas, and we need to make buildings more energy efficient. We're working through right now the regulatory pathway to get there. We know for detached homes in particular, there's some real material barriers to getting to that target. So we have more work to do through that engagement to better understand those barriers and identify solutions to them so that we can have a successful approach. Our work on Big Move 5 and low carbon materials and construction practices, our objective there is to reduce the emissions from those the embodied carbon in new buildings by 40% by 2030. This one we've assessed at a high likelihood of meeting the target. The primary reasons here, we've got growing awareness and interest in the solutions. So more natural materials such as mass timber, using lower carbon blends of concrete, and also buildings with less parking. We also think we have a pretty clear regulatory pathway to get to those targets and sort of learning and building on the successes of zero-emission space and water heating in new construction. And the final one is our work on Big Move 6 and restored coasts and forests and nature-based climate solutions. We've also assessed this currently at a low likelihood. Two primary reasons for this. When we look, we know that part of this work will involve carbon sequestration outside the city. That is a new role for the city, and we're working through that challenge now of figuring out what the appropriate role is when we bring back those recommendations to council. The second part is sort of focused on inside the city and lots of opportunity to enhance green space and enhance carbon sequestration within the city. That can also sort of butt up as a tension with efforts to increase density and increase housing in the city, which we know is also a clear win from a climate perspective. So staff are continuing to work through that tension to make sure we have clear direction going forward. On a bright side, we do think we're in a position to provide that action plan for Big Move 6 to council later this year, early next year. So now I'm going to transition talking to some of both the success stories and key steps, key decisions ahead on each of these 6 big moves. So for Big Move 1, some success stories in our work on complete walkable communities. Changes to the development bylaw earlier this year are allowing and supporting more neighborhood grocery stores, which again, as those, when those are there, it provides another opportunity for people to shop close to home and avoid the need for a car trip. And then housing approvals as well. So 11 moderate income rental program projects have been approved in the last year. All of those in walkable, transit-oriented locations close to local shopping streets. And as those buildings are built and people are living in them, they'll have access to all those services. Key decisions ahead. One on the very near-term horizon, which you're discussing now through public hearing, is the streamlining rentals program. Some big planning processes in terms of the Broadway plan and the Jericho Lands policy statement will be coming back to council next year. And then the Vancouver plan and sort of its exploration of what growth is going to look like in the city over the next 10, 20, and 30 years will be a really important decision in terms of how walkable the city becomes. So our work on active transportation and transit, a number of important success stories here to highlight. So we've been doing work to improve transit priority, some quick builds in that space over the last year. We've been extending peak hours in our transit lanes, also been working with TransLink on bus stop balancing. All of those serve to improve bus speed and reliability so that people using transit can get around faster and more reliably. Projects to improve how safe it is for kids and their parents to walk to school. A notable example here was the successful School Streets pilot, which provided a car-free in front of 4 schools through the city. And then thirdly, a number of projects around the city moving quickly on active transportation. A good example to highlight is the Beach Avenue upgrades completed earlier this year. Improvements both for cyclists using that infrastructure, but also for pedestrians as well. So key decisions ahead for the work on active transportation and transit. The 2022 capital budget and the next capital plan will be really important in terms of if the funds are available there to ramp up that work and align our efforts with our targets. A set of policy recommendations that will be coming in the new year for council are recommendations around changes to the parking standards for new development and opportunities to reduce the amount of excess parking in those new developments and the cost and environmental impact that comes with that excess parking. Also important to note that there are a number of really important decisions that council has ahead of them. Also important decisions from other levels of government and other organizations. So with Big Move 2, a really important one to highlight would be TransLink's 2050, Transport 2050 plan, which will shape how they're growing transit service and also active transportation opportunities throughout the region. For our work on zero-emission vehicles, 3 successes to highlight here as well. So council earlier this year approved updated EV readiness standards for new non-residential buildings. So as those buildings are built, they will be ready for the electric vehicle demand we anticipate in the future. We've also developed guidelines and rules that allow people to safely charge vehicles on street when they don't have access to off-street charging, and have recently launched a program for EV charging in rental buildings, which provides support for those buildings which to date have been quite underserved by provincial and BC Hydro EV charging programs. Key decisions for Big Move 3. The next capital budget and the next capital plan will be key, again, in terms of the resources available to scale up investments in charging throughout the city. Second policy piece we'll be bringing back to council next year will be recommendations to change our business license fees for gas stations and parking lots to encourage them to install EV charging. And from a provincial perspective, an important one to note is the provincial zero-emission vehicle mandate. The province's recent Clean BC roadmap committed to strengthening that so that it'd be a stronger push for manufacturers to provide more choice and more zero-emission vehicles for people when they are buying new vehicles. Switching gears to buildings, I work on zero-emission space and water heating. Some good success stories here to highlight. We've done some work with development building bylaws, our colleagues there, on streamlining our heat pump processes so that as more and more people are aware and interested in switching to a heat pump, they have a relatively smooth process through that permitting side of things. Council's decision to affirm the timelines on zero-emission building requirements for new low-rise residential from earlier this year will ensure that those new buildings coming from January next year on will have zero-emission space and water heating. And then in terms of heat pump incentives, this is the first year we've really seen a big uptake in those. We've been working with the provincial government and BC Hydro on heat pump incentives for the last several years. Uptake in those incentives has been relatively slow. This is the first year they were fully subscribed, and we've now extended that program out through 2023 as awareness and interest continues to grow. Key decisions ahead for zero-emission space and water heating. So in 2022, we're working towards recommendations to update the green building policy for rezoning, which would take the next step for new construction and requiring zero-emission space and water heating in new rezoned multifamily and commercial buildings. And then in the spring of next year, bringing forward recommendations for carbon limits on existing buildings with an initial focus on detached homes and large commercial buildings. A provincial one of note is that in the recent Clean BC roadmap, the province is committed to a new cap on emissions from natural gas utilities. Lots of details still to be determined on that policy, but we'll be working closely with the province and Fortis BC to help implement that and encourage an ambitious implementation, and also figuring out how it interacts with city policies. For our work on low carbon materials and construction practices, we were a partner in developing the Building Pathfinder tool, which is an online tool for designers and developers wanting to explore the different options and their implications for embodied carbon. Council approved several zoning variances that make it easier to build large mass timber buildings. And because of those and other factors, we are starting to see good uptake in the market. So at least 7 tall timber projects in design and permitting. Also seeing local concrete plants offering low carbon concrete mixes, which gives another option to meet those objectives in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Key decisions for this work, the update to the green building policy for rezoning coming next year is also anticipated to include the first requirements to reduce embodied carbon on the roadmap towards that 2030 target. And we're also anticipating additional recommendations on code changes to remove barriers to mass timber projects. The Clean BC roadmap did include a commitment to develop a strategy around reducing embodied carbon from new construction. Again, not a lot of details at this point, but encouraging to see sort of growing alignment with where the province is moving and where we're moving as a city on new construction. So last one in terms of this part of the presentation. So the work on restored coasts and forests and nature-based climate solutions. So as you'll recall, the Climate Emergency Action Plan didn't include the roadmap for this work. We've been working away on that and are anticipate bringing that to you later this year, early next year. Vancouver plan will provide further guidance in terms of how we manage some of those tensions between adding housing and preserving and enhancing green space. And then finally, the capital budget next year and the next capital plan will be important in terms of making sure the resources are there to deliver on those projects. I also wanted to touch really quickly on some of the successes in our green operations plans. This is the work we're doing in our own corporate buildings, and our own fleet. So you can see the overall statistics there. So our carbon pollution in buildings is 24% down relative to 2008, and the emissions from our fleet are a little cut over by a little over half over that same time period. So we're well ahead of where we are at a community-wide basis, which is encouraging. A couple examples of some of the projects making up that success. So at 825 Pacific, there's a new all-electric near-zero emissions passive house building that's an artist and cultural hub that REFM was the developer for. And within our fleet, we're running this year a pilot on zero emissions medium and heavy duty vehicles and how to integrate those into our fleet. The Vancouver Public Library is one of the first participants in that pilot. Their new electric book delivery van has been online for several months now, and they're seeing savings of 90% in their fuel costs. And then from an accounting and disclosure perspective, we're the first Canadian municipality to adopt responsible investment screening and full TCFD reporting. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, Brad Bedell, to walk through the financial framework.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Over the next few slides, I'll provide an update on the Climate Emergency Financial Framework. I'll also provide a brief update on our climate and equity work. Before I dive into the specifics that are on this slide, I just wanted to remind Council that the financial framework was brought forward last year with really three objectives in mind. The first was to be transparent about the budget needs to achieve our SEEP targets. The second piece was to bring forward a strategic approach to securing that budget, both internally as well as working with external partners and organizations. And third was around accountability, so ensuring that we're accountable to Council and the public in tracking our progress on the financial side of things. So with that in mind, this slide here speaks to where we're at on the 2021 climate-related budget. The 58% reflects our spend commitment level at the start of October on projects that directly support the Climate Emergency Action Plan in the 2021 budget. That puts us pretty well on track to have fully spent committed by the end of 2021, which is obviously the outcome that we're seeking here. So I think this is generally a good news story in terms of where we're at on our spend commitment. One caveat to put on this is that the 58% number suggests a certain level of accuracy, which I think we need to be cautious about. This is new work for us, tracking our spend. I think it's new for many cities, so I would say this is giving us an indication of where we stand, but I wouldn't get too hung up on the specific number that we've got here. A few pieces towards where that funding has gone this year. Matt touched upon many, but expanding the EV charging network continues to go ahead, and you're probably seeing more charging stations popping up across the city as a result of that. Improving access and safety for walking, cycling, and transit across the city. Some of this is infrastructure projects, Beach Avenue being an example. Some of it is enabling work, so the walking school bus program, the school streets program, examples of that as well. Other things that are happening as far as budget, the heat pump incentives, a great example of how city investment is helping to drive behavior change, and also an example of leverage there with the province. And the last one is low carbon retrofits in city buildings. We're making great strides with walking the talk or demonstrating leadership within our own buildings, and that's where some of our budget has gone this year. So to zoom out just a little bit, this is information that we presented to Council in the fall of 2020. The first number you see here, $500 million, is the estimated spend required over the next 5 years to hit or keep us on track for hitting our SEEP target. This was estimated by project staff to implement their projects at the scale needed to hit those targets. So roughly $100 million a year to do so. This year was also shown, this is the breakdown by big moves. So big moves 1, 2, 3, and 4 are shown here. Big move 5, the embodied carbon big move has a budget associated with it, but because it's primarily city regulation, the budget is quite low compared to the others, so it doesn't show up on this bar graph. A couple other points to highlight here. Big move 2 is the biggest bar, $290 million. This is the walking, cycling, transit action, and it does rely more on city investment, city infrastructure to achieve that target. Whereas Big Move 4, big GHG outcome, but this one we can use more city regulation and less city investment required to achieve that outcome, so it has a smaller number. So of course, we're not starting from scratch. The city has been budgeting for climate action for many years and doing good work on climate action for many years. So that's what the baseline spend is meant to reflect. We went back in previous budgets and tried to pull out how much have we been allocating in the capital budget for climate in the last few years. And it was on the order of $55 million a year, which gives us this $270 million baseline spend. So it's a business as usual number. I think it's important to note that there is no certainty that the baseline will carry forward. It's really backwards looking, but we do need to at least carry that forward in future budgets, and that will be decisions through the budgeting process. But even if we do carry forward that baseline spend, it still leaves us with a significant gap, $230 million over the next 5 years. So how do we close that gap? When we presented last fall, we shared 4 different tools to do so. The first, I'll walk through the 4, and then I'll share an update on how we're doing on these 4 tools. So the first was around cost-effective measures. So essentially doing the same work for less. And this really applies to Big Move 2, walking, cycling, and transit improvements. Doing that work using simpler, less costly materials, focusing our scope down to kind of just the minimum to achieve the outcome. We estimated between $25 and $50 million could be realized through project savings. The second one is around leveraging senior government funding as well as partner funding. We estimated $25 million over 5 years. That was based on our kind of past track record in securing funding for climate action with a little bump, expecting that the climate emergency plan would set us up well to aggressively pursue that funding. The third one is around new revenue. So there are actions in the Climate Emergency Action Plan that were expected to generate new revenue, and we were keen and put forward this proposal that revenue be harnessed to support the scaling up of climate action. And the heart of that new revenue for the next 5 years was the Climate Emergency Action Plan. That's essentially what was used to develop that revenue estimate that's on that bar. The fourth one is the next capital plan, which will be developed and brought forward to Council in 2022, and that's a real opportunity to advance Council's priorities in the next capital plan and hopefully bump up that baseline to a more aggressive number. So I'll briefly touch upon how we're doing on all 4 of these. So the first one, cost savings. This is a positive story. We are saving money on projects, particularly some of the active transportation protected bike lane projects. Beach Avenue is a good example of this. If Beach Avenue was done as a full road reconstruction project with higher end treatments, the cost would have been much, much higher. It's a very successful project that is shifting mode, and between that and other projects such as Drake, we have saved on the order of $10 million this year on those projects. And it's, I think, encouraging that we have line of sight to further savings for projects going forward. In terms of securing external funding, I think a fairly good story on this one. We've secured around $4 million in external funding to date this year, so we're roughly on track for that target we had set. Mostly smaller grants and funding from a variety of sources, TransLink, FCM, Clean BC through the heat pump incentives. And there is a slight lag time on this one, so the applications go in. There's often many months before we hear back, so hopefully this number will trend up a bit for us over time. The third tool is the most challenging for us at the moment, so this is the new revenue. We have 0 new revenue this year, and we have very low revenue in terms of line of sight going forward. We have no revenue for the next 5 years in terms of line of sight with the loss of the parking permit program. Next year, staff will be exploring some smaller fees that may be able to nudge behavior change while also bringing in some revenue, but they would definitely not be on the order of the parking permit program in terms of bringing in that new revenue. The last piece is the next capital plan. So as I mentioned, 2022 is a big opportunity to hopefully advance our climate priorities through the next capital plan. There's also the 2022 capital budget. There are climate projects in there, of course, including some that council put into the mid-year capital plan update. The council will have a decision on in terms of whether those projects advance in 2022 or not, but obviously we are hoping they do. So before I close on the finance side, this is not new information that was shared last year, but it's an important one to share again. On the resident and business side, SEEP does have great cost savings. So over the next 10 years, our modeling showed an investment from residents and businesses of around 1.3 billion in order for us to hit our target, but overall savings of 2.2 billion. So a significant net savings. A lot of that is coming on the transportation side, making it easier for people to walk, roll, bike, and take transit to their daily needs has significant savings for residents. I'll just briefly touch on our climate and equity work. It's a really important part of the climate plan. This year, we reestablished the Climate and Equity Working Group and expanded it a bit. We have 20 members on that group now, a diversity of backgrounds and lived experiences, and I'll say a lot of passion about advancing equity as part of our climate work, so we're thrilled to have them on board. Part of their work this year has been staff bringing projects to this committee and getting their feedback on it, and getting some of their guidance on it. Several projects have gone through. The parking program went through this committee. We also brought early work on Big Move 4 and Big Move 6 through this committee, and their feedback was really helpful and embedded in those projects. A core part of their work for next year will be the Climate Justice Charter. This is building on our equity framework, meant to be really a foundational piece for equity and climate at the city, setting forward principles and guidance for staff to embed equity in their work from both project scoping and engagement through to implementation and even data collection. And the last point on this, I think with equity, it's important to note that we're happy with the progress we're making, but this is still early days and we are very much in the learning stage as far as embedding equity in our climate work. With that, I will pass it back to Matt. Thanks.
Thanks, Brad. Just a couple slides to close up. So I've just got a quick summary reminder of where we sit in terms of those assessments of a current likelihood of reaching the targets. I think we had hoped to be in a slightly better position at this point a year into the plan. It would have been naive to expect, given the challenging nature of the targets, they'd all be green assessments. The thing to really emphasize here, though, these are not set in stone, and we do have a number of decisions coming up and opportunities to work with partners such as the regional Metro Vancouver and the province to shift some of these reds to yellow and some of the yellows to green. This last slide just provides a summary of some of those key council decisions coming up ahead. Some of those are in the very near term around the streamlining rental program. Early next year, we can expect decisions such as the parking standards for new developments. And then in the spring, some examples would be the carbon pollution limits, recommendations for attached homes in large commercial buildings, and then also the piece Brad mentioned in terms of the Climate Justice Charter. So we've got a lot we're working on to get back to you as part of the action plan implementation, and we look forward to bringing those pieces to you and would welcome any questions now.
Chair, I have a point of procedure.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe you and the clerks can advise us. We are in the middle of a public hearing on an item that has been just briefly mentioned here. But I know in the middle of public hearings, we're not supposed to discuss the specifics as we're maintaining an open mind. I'm just wondering if you could provide some advice as to how we should structure questions around that item.
Thanks very much for raising that, Mayor, and I think it's a good point. Let me just confer with our clerks here, and I will be right back.
Thanks very much.
In reference to the mayor's point of procedure related to the report and recommendations in a public hearing that we're right in the midst of, carrying over from yesterday to tomorrow. It is the advice of clerks and our city manager and myself as chair that we do not draw any connection between the content of this report and any specificities related to the report that we will be discussing and continue to discuss in public hearing regarding potential zoning changes or anything related to streamlining the streamlining rental policy report that's before us. So we can talk about in the content of this presentation, but would caution any councillors or mayor making any reference to potential zoning changes related to the content of this report.
Point of procedure?
I just want to complete this one and ask the mayor if this satisfies your point of procedure.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks so much.
Great. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. Sorry, I thought you were finished. If this is going to influence, you see, I did have some questions prepared regarding zoning, and I'm just a little bit concerned now that I can't ask them that I feel that I won't have all of the information to inform my vote. So at what point, I mean, are there recommendations here that we could postpone that are specific to that I could ask those questions at a later time after public hearing? Or?
There's no vote on this particular update today. This is simply an update on the plan, and you would be able to ask your questions of staff after the public hearing item is closed, either tomorrow or next week, whenever that item is complete.
Thank you. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. I meant the vote at public hearing. If I have questions and I want to ask them in public, I can't ask those questions until after the public hearing. So will there be an opportunity for us in public, Chair, to ask those questions?
I can defer to the city manager whether we would see an opportunity come forward to ask public questions on this particular report that cannot be asked right now.
Thank you.
So I'll just call on the city manager to offer advice to this question. Your mic. I think you should have it. I'm going to go ahead and push that. It's not appearing to be turning on, so just give us one moment here. We're just waiting for the city manager's mic to turn on.
Point of procedure in the meantime.
Yes, Councillor Swanson?
I just can't get on the speakers list.
Councillor Swanson, your audio is not coming in clearly. Could you try and state that again? Perhaps turn your video off.
I'm just trying to get on the Creston panel to ask a question, but it won't work. So if you could put me on, that would be good.
Yeah, absolutely, I will. It actually appears that the Crestron is not responding in this exact moment, which is why the microphone's not turning on for the city manager. So I'll just make a note of that, Councillor Swanson, and add you as soon as I can.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council. So this one's working. With respect to the public hearing, there will be, as I understand, another round of questions for Council around the substance that is before you for consideration at that hearing. So that would be what I would recommend as the opportunity to ask questions on this issue.
If I may clarify, I believe Councillor DiGenova is asking that there are questions that that Councillor DeGenova would like to ask about the report today that cannot be asked fully because of the public hearing. So would there be an opportunity after the public hearing to ask those questions related to this update in the public?
My apologies. There's a couple of ways we could deal with that. Certainly, we're happy to deal with those in writing. And then if those were answers that council was interested to make public, we could do that. Alternatively, Councillor DeGenova could use the inquiry section of a future council agenda to raise them there and get answers in public through that mechanism.
I think that's a great suggestion. So let's go with that one. Councillor DeGenova?
That satisfies my point of procedure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I will just note that Councillor Swanson is on the queue, although we're not having that, the restaurant panel is not responding right now, but Councillor Swanson, I have taken a note. You'll be after Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Hardwick, I see you're raising your hand there. So we're going to do our very best here, because if your mics won't turn on and you're in person, we may have to call a recess and deal with the Crestron panel. But Councillor Carr, you are first on the list for questions of staff. So I wonder if you'd like to, yes, be our test. No, I don't think so either. So looking to, I think we should take a 5-minute recess, give ourselves an opportunity to reset the Crestron panel. And so we will come back at, let's say, 10:30 and reconvene for questions of staff.
Chair, I had that issue yesterday. I was clicking on and off. You have to click mic on your Crestron panel in Chambers. And if you don't do that yourself, you can't turn your mic on.
Oh, we have a bigger,
That's what I learned.
we actually have a bigger issue than that.
Just wanted to let you know in case that was helpful.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I think we're dealing, I'm going to actually take a note. I think we need to take a note of the speaking queue. Yes. Right? Yeah. let's just troubleshoot for a second.
Yeah.
What we could do is everybody could go to their offices.
We
and
can hear you, Chair.
Oh, okay, great. We're not live, so it's okay if you hear me. We're not
Okay.
we're not live to the public, just so you know. And I can't turn off my microphone, so that's what it is. Maybe what we can do is boxes and connect through WebEx to continue the meeting. And call in. We don't on this report. Keeps us moving, and at least we've got a lot of questions on the queue, and then everyone's on the queue already. I have that list right here. Have your laptop here. No, understandably. Yeah, you could WebEx on your phone. I mean, it's just to ask questions, and it keeps things going. And luckily, staff's microphone is still on, so it actually could be, and so is mine. So it does mean we can manage it that way. This is beyond hybrid.
I can get a loaner laptop.
Sure, come on up. It'd be like The Price is Right. It's up to you. Whatever you feel most comfortable doing. If you want to join from your laptop in your office, so you've got that connection, or you can come up here. Office. It's just. Yeah, maybe a first. Is everybody okay with that? It's here. So I'm gonna keep time on my phone. I can see the list. We're gonna ask questions. There's no vote. And then we'll recess. So, yeah, we're waiting
Test 1 2, test 1 2. You guys hear me?
I can hear you, Pete.
Awesome, thank you.
Good. Okay, so uncertain whether this has been live streamed, so for those that have continued to listen in, thanks for staying tuned into the meeting. We're going to reconvene the meeting, and we are adjusting due to a crash with our Crestron, so we're going to go full manual. So with that, we do have Councillor Carr on the queue for questions, and I'll be keeping time manually, Councillor Carr. So just let us know if you're there and ready to go.
I've just signed in, but I'm not into the chambers yet. Okay, we can hear you now, so you are connected. Okay. Are you ready?
So we have Councillor Carr who's ready to go. Councillor Carr, you have 5 minutes, questions of staff.
Great. Thank you, Chair. My first question is on, well, first of all, let me just say that I'm very pleased at the detail that you've provided and the measurements or the suggestions of, in an honest way, how far we need to go and the likelihood of getting there. Are we tracking the greenhouse gas emissions from the city by source? And if so, is that tracking chart publicly available?
I can take that question. It's Matt Horn, Councillor Carr. So we do track in more detail than we reported in the presentation. So transportation, for example, we break into light-duty vehicles and medium-duty vehicles, and buildings will break into commercial and residential buildings. So that information is tracked on an annual basis and is available publicly.
Okay, and where would people go to find it?
It's available sort of under the climate emergency website for the city.
Okay, that's great. Second question is about EV charging. And I know that this is a big move, and we've done it, we're requiring it in multifamily and non-residential buildings, but single-family homes is still a challenge. I am wondering if you have thought about a requirement in our building code for solar panels in new builds and to really push retrofits on single-family homes or other buildings other than the ones that we are requiring it already or will be soon requiring it to enable EV charging and thus reduce the city's cost of having to do a lot of public charging.
I can take the EV part of that question, then I'll turn over the solar part to Sean Pander, our Green Building Policy Manager. In terms of EV charging, so all new residential buildings, whether it's multifamily or detached home, have to be 100% EV ready. So that was changes council passed a couple of years ago. We're also, at your direction, working on changes that would allow under sidewalk charging options, and we hope to bring those back to council next year. Would be another cost-effective charging option. In terms of the solar piece, I'll ask my colleague Sean Pander to that part.
Great, thanks, Matt. Sean Pander here, Green Building Manager. We're not looking at mandating new or existing homes install solar panels at this time. We do recognize that in some cases, moving to electrification, either for electric vehicles or for heat pumps, will increase those electrical costs. And we will look to include information about the potential cost savings and how photovoltaic systems could make the EVs or heat pumps more affordable in certain circumstances. We haven't seen a lot of that in single family homes. We are hearing from some of our partners in the non-market multifamily sector that to make the heat pump projects work, they are actually installing PV systems.
Yeah, I have both solar panels and a heat pump, and it sure makes a difference. And I rack up credits in the summer that make a difference in the winter. Um, uh, Chair, Bligh, I have more questions than I know I can get done in 5 minutes. Can I move now for a second round of questions, please?
Yes, you can. I'll just go to a vote. So all those in favor of a second round of questions?
Yay.
Any opposed?
Yay.
Okay, that motion passes. And Councillor Carr, you do have a minute and a half left. And
Yeah,
I'll maybe
but
just prompt.
I've It's okay. I have 7 questions left, so thank you for the second round. In terms of the city building energy retrofits, you talked about that we have achieved great money, but we have a lot to do. Just wondering, there was 5 million in the 2019 budget. I'm assuming that was all spent already on city building energy retrofits.
I'm going to ask Brad to take that question.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'll speak to it on the budget side, and then I'll pass to Danica from REFM to provide an update on the progress. The long and short, Councillor Carr, is yes, we are on track to spend that budget this year. I believe the majority of it has been spent this year already. Danica, do you want to speak to a bit more of an update on the retrofit work?
And Danica, if you could actually also give an indication of sort of how many of our city buildings we have done energy retrofits on and how many we still have to do. Chair, I'm not hearing. Am I getting an answer? I'm not hearing it.
Right, so you're posing this question. Go ahead, staff. It's 15 seconds.
Yeah, sorry, it sounds like Craig Edwards from REFM is going to join. I'll pass to Craig.
We're right at the 5 minutes, so I'm wondering if it's a very quick answer. Otherwise, it might be better at the next round.
Yeah, apologies, Councillor Carr. We'll respond to the next round if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And just advising councillors that if you intend to go on the queue for a second round, that you just let me know as chair at the end of your first round, 5 minutes. Mayor Stewart,
okay,
over
add me, please.
Yes, I've added you. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Mayor Stewart, over to you. 5 minutes.
Thanks. I have 2 questions. So one is about building emissions and the source of building emissions, much of which I understand is from burning fossil fuels like natural gas. If this is such a big source of emissions, why don't we just ban natural gas from the city?
You're correct in terms of natural gas being almost all of the emissions from buildings in Vancouver. We have very little oil heating. I'll turn it over to Sean Pander on the response to the question.
Yeah, good question, Mayor. The banning of gas, especially, one of the major things we need to do is begin retrofitting existing buildings. And while we can probably do without gas within new construction, within existing buildings, the provision of gas is really key, at least for the foreseeable future, because some homes are going to run into circumstances where electrifying could be very, very challenging. And so the approach that we're taking right now is we want to get people moving towards low carbon. We don't want to be prejudiced against the fuel source. FortisBC is greatly accelerating the provision of renewable gas. So our focus really here is on switching to renewable energy without prejudice towards whether it's electric or gas. And again, on those deep emission retrofits, given where the market is currently at, the regulations would be greatly hindered or slowed down, given some buildings, the cost to retrofit and lower their emissions in some circumstances without being able to use gas could be very high. So we want to continue to give owners that flexibility so we can achieve our carbon outcomes at the lowest possible cost.
But we're not allowing new multi-unit buildings to include natural gas in their construction, are we?
At this point in the building bylaw, we don't. We have a greenhouse gas limit. It effectively requires them to electrify the space heating, but currently allows them to use gas for cooking, makeup air, and domestic hot water. So we still allow some of those uses. The building bylaw to lowering the greenhouse gas emissions for space heating, in essence, forcing that to renewable energy, took effect in June this year. We're doing additional research and we'll bring forward recommendations about how to electrify the makeup air and domestic hot water in
Thanks so much.
buildings in the spring.
My second question is more general. I don't see any mention of the federal government in your presentation. You do touch on senior governments, but I knew there was huge skepticism when I came in 2018 that we could get federal money for housing. In fact, to the point where the previous city administration didn't really even ask for it. So after asking, we've received tons. I think the same opportunity exists with climate change. So I'm just wondering, what proposals have you put forward to the federal government for funding, and what would you like to see?
Sure, I'll start from a policy perspective. So there are a number of sort of new policies coming federally, which is important in a national context. In almost all cases, BC's policy is probably a step ahead of that. So we tended to reference more the BC policy, and
I'm interested in the funding side.
I know. Yep, I'll turn it over to my colleague Brad to take the funding side.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. The number that we put forward was based on past practice, bumped up a bit, and I think that was maybe a conservative approach by us. But at the moment, what we've seen this year is not a significant bump up in federal. There may be an opportunity.
Are we asking for federal funding? Because I mean, I pitch all the time for different ministries, but I haven't had a specific pitch for environmental investment here in the city. Has this been being done by other folks, or is it just not? Is it not something? Is it something we just don't do?
At the staff level, Mayor Stewart, we pursue any grant opportunity that comes up, whether it's NRCan or FCM or other federal departments. We are constantly scanning for grant opportunities and trying to line it up with our projects. I think there's a risk of chasing grants at times, so we want to make sure that it's aligned with the projects within SEEP, but we are actively always searching for those opportunities and applying as they come up.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you very much.
Chair, I will say though that I am actually late for my other appointment, so I will have to duck out for a bit, and I'll be back as soon as I can. So thanks again to the team for all their work.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Over to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and appreciate the Mayor's questions. I think he's getting at more of those political conversations that can be taking place and that he can be leading on, so that's great. I have a number of questions. The first one is with respect to the city fleet and park board vehicle fleets. And if we could get an update on the status of the conversion to hybrid or electric vehicles, how many vehicles do we have in our fleet, and what is the breakdown of those being electric or hybrid?
I think we may have to follow up with more detail on the specifics of the fleet. We have Craig from buildings, but in general, at a high level, we have mostly converted our fuels to renewable diesel now, and the diesel from fossil diesel to renewable diesel. Most of our light-duty vehicles are now being replaced with electric vehicles when the time comes to be replacing them. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we are in the midst of a pilot on medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles. The cost premium there is definitely still higher, so we're in a pilot phase as opposed to a full-scale replace. We can provide more details in a follow-up.
Yeah, I would love that. I don't need it now, but if I could get it, in a table that summarizes the number of vehicles, the status, that would be fantastic. Wondering if you could speak a little bit more to the restored forests and coasts and what you envision the city's role being in that, what that looks like.
Yep, I believe my colleague Tamsin Mills is available on the WebEx to take that question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We have been looking at this new emerging field of carbon sequestration or biosequestration into nature, natural climate solutions, and the opportunities to increase the amount of carbon sequestered annually through actions within the city, and also working with our partners and colleagues in the region and with the host nations to look at opportunities outside the city as well. And we're hoping to bring a report forward at the end of this year or early next year.
Thanks. And Tamsin, just clarifying, would that involve potentially as carbon offsets?
It could. That's not the priority we're looking at. We're looking to improve the natural assets within the city and improve the sequestration opportunities, just given the multiple co-benefits thinking about heat and how much we can manage urban heat island with greenness, as well as stormwater management. So our priority is looking at those opportunities, but we're not taking offsets off the table.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And then around the subject of the accountability framework, Councillor Carr started to ask a question I had around reporting, and I'm particularly interested in, I know I've seen the dashboard that's on our city website, but I'm curious about our climate disclosures, particularly around scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And is that more detailed somewhere else other than the dashboard I've seen?
So just to be clear, you're referring to the dashboard, the Climate Emergency Action Plan dashboard?
Yes. A few weeks ago, I'd asked specifically about our climate disclosures related to 1, 2, and 3 emissions, scope 1, 2, 3 emissions, and I wasn't able to get an answer. And I'm just curious if there is further disclosures that aren't publicly available.
I'll ask, I believe Lloyd Lee is on in terms of our TCFD reporting. Could take that question.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. We do publicly report our scope 1 and 2 emissions. Right now, they currently sit in our CDP Cities report that we do every year. That's available publicly on the CDP Cities website. We also report within our task force for climate-related financial disclosure that comes out with our statement of financial information every spring. So, yeah.
Okay, that's fantastic. And then one more question before I lose time here is, are we, in terms of our procurement process and practices, requiring that any proponents be companies and organizations that are doing full disclosures on their GHG emissions? This is a trend with a lot of larger multinationals are starting to move in that direction, and banking institutions, and they won't deal with companies that are not aligned and reporting their own GHG emissions and monitoring them and measuring them. Is that part of our procurement?
Just 15 seconds.
Hi, Councillor Doug Smith. Yes, we have a sustainable and ethical procurement policy, and we are continuously evolving it to make it more and more stringent to ensure that any of the companies we deal with are being as green as possible, including disclosure. That is something we're absolutely considering adding.
Great, thank you. I'll come back on for more questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Doug Smith, I want to hone in on one of your slides where we talked about what we learned. And the two that really jumped out to me were the public demand action and the co-benefits subsections. And I'm curious where you feel lessons learned out of the climate emergency parking program and how that went down.
I don't know if I want to refer to the climate emergency parking program as much. Essentially, we take direction from council and move forward on that. I think going forward, we just need to make sure that that the public and council are fully aware of all of the implications of the decisions they make with the different policies we're bringing forward. We've done that in the past, and we'll continue doing that in the going forward with the new policies, especially as we look for things to fill the gaps for policies that are not approved.
Okay, so I appreciate that it was a council decision, but I think the council decision was largely influenced by a lot of the public sort of pushback and perception around some of the communications around the SEP. And I'm just curious if your team is seeing maybe just opportunities to pivot some of the communications specifically around like those issues of public demand action and the co-benefits, which could maybe sort of sell it a bit better.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. That makes more sense to me now. Absolutely, we do need to make sure we're clear about the co-benefits in order to reach the broadest audience when we're bringing policies forward. And those include everything from climate to health to cost savings. And I do agree that we do need to make sure that those co-benefits are well explained and well understood.
Okay, thank you. So pivoting a little bit, one thing that we aren't hearing a lot about in the Climate Emergency Action Plan is circularity, and specifically sort of where waste reduction, reusing, refusal, those kind of pieces kind of play into I think a pretty successful carbon reduction strategy. Is there a reason that we're not playing into some of those kind of zero waste type components more?
So zero waste is absolutely a critical component of not only a healthy city, but also a good climate plan. For the current version of the Climate Emergency Action Plan, you're correct, we don't have it as one of our big moves. We see that as a more of a regional and a provincial action. In order to be successful, it has to be at a certain scale to work properly for circular economy. Having said that, we are working on multiple projects to support circular economy within the city, and also working closely with Metro Vancouver and with the province to try to do these broader projects. And I would expect we'll be bringing some opportunities forward to council in the next year or two.
So we might see circularity integrated more into some of the big moves and articulated as such.
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. On the subject of the big moves and the sort of color coded sort of low implementation, medium and high, it seems to me, am I correct in assuming that maybe big move 1 and big move 2 are kind of lower hanging fruit that we could maybe push a little harder and move the dial on those ones?
That's an interesting question. I think most of the low-hanging fruit's been picked already, and pretty well all of the stuff we're putting forward has some level of challenge. They're just challenges at different levels, or with in different areas. So I wouldn't say any of them are easy or low-hanging fruit, but we will look for opportunities if we can't move one of the big moves forward, where we can compensate by maybe being more assertive or more aggressive on another move.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this council, there's obviously going to be a willingness to find the lower hanging fruit and move the dial. So I think that would be a great opportunity if we can kind of tease those out and take that lens, sort of apropos of the earlier question I had on what we learned as far as communications. I'm going to leave it there and come back for my other question because I'm running short of time and I want to be efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. I do have you back on the list for a second round. Over to Councillor Weeb.
Chair Weeb is mute.
Councillor Weeb, I know we're dealing with some technical issues here. The goal is to have you speaking through your WebEx because your microphone is not working, so the public cannot hear your question. My concern is you will get an echo if you're in this room, potentially speaking through your laptop. So just, headphones in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Great, thank you.
Perfect. Sorry about that. First question is a follow-up on the circular economy work, recognizing that in our current budget work, it doesn't look to be funding the circular economy. So I'm wondering why we don't think that's a priority, recognize the importance of this work.
We actually do have, so this is Doug Smith. We actually do have funding existing in place that we are using for circular economy work. At this point, it is studies that we're doing. We recently received a grant with Vancouver Economic Commission to support a study on circular economy around food, and we are having conversations with the province. So we don't have any big implementation projects that are needing significant capital at this point. But from a circular economy perspective, there is work and a small budget associated with that to move it forward.
Okay. Next question is on active transportation. Recognizing that it talks about influence with Transport 2050 and regional growth strategy, they talk about greenways is a huge component, and they've talked about how Vancouver hasn't put forward a greenway strategy to align with that work. And in all this document, I don't see greenways talked about at all. I'm just wondering where we're at in ensuring we have greenways separate across the city.
Okay, we are in the process of refreshing the greenways, and I'll call upon Paul Storer to take that question.
Great, thank you. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, so we're in the process of reviewing the greenways refresh. We've been trying to line that up with the Vancouver plan and working to do it through that process because it has a potential to really tie in really well to that. One way or the other, we want to be moving ahead with the next round of engagement next year on the greenways plan.
Okay, it's just not mentioned throughout this document today. Next question would go to low carbon. I'm wondering where we're at with the deconstruction bylaw and recognize the importance of not throwing construction waste away. And we're hearing from deconstruction industries that we could do more in Vancouver, as well as creating a zero waste center in the north side of Vancouver.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. So in terms of the deconstruction requirements in the Green Demo bylaw, we are keen to expand the deconstruction requirement. We hit pause on that due to the permitting issues that we were facing earlier this year, but once those have kind of cleared through, we are interested in expanding that deconstruction requirement. I'll say the market readiness, the contractors, and our reuse hub through Habitat for Humanity should hopefully enable us to do that once we've moved through the permitting backlog.
Okay, and how about a zero waste center for the north side of the city for smaller deconstruction, smaller renovation projects?
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have someone on the call from Zero Waste. I'm not able to answer it. We may have to get back to you on that one, Councillor Wiebe.
Okay.
Yes, Councillor. Albert Chanos from the Zero Waste Department online here. What Zero Waste facility in the north part of the city is certainly one of the things in planning stages now. We are looking at opportunities to find a location and set something up. That'll be part of our next four-year capital plan to include that, because the northern part of the city is underserved, and particularly as we change transportation modes, it's important that we have a broader coverage around the city for those services.
Okay, so we'll have a report before the capital plan for us in front of council?
That will be part of the capital plan.
Perfect, thank you.
Plan, it would be included there.
On Big Move 3, I know when I was working on the board of Easy Park, we talked about how to make the parking lots more accessible, and it was very difficult to do EV charging. We're looking at how to make gas stations a strategy to move that forward. So I'm wondering what that looks like.
And that's just 30 seconds to respond, please, Matt.
Yep, so it's one of the actions in the Climate Emergency Action Plan. We're just about to sort of begin a second phase of engagement with gas station and parking lot owners. But the general idea would be to shift business licenses so there's some threshold for EV charging, and you'd have a lower business license if you've met that threshold and a higher business license fee if you have not.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go back on the list. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Wiebe. Over to you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Kirby Young is actually on an LOA, I'm recalling, so I'm going to move on to Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Boyle, if you would like to come and use this microphone, that would be great.
Okay, thank you for all of this update, as sobering as it is. I'm curious first to hear what we learned from the heat dome in June, and if that shifted any of our priorities or details of policies, particularly around buildings.
Tamsin, are you available to take that question?
I'll pass the question about buildings to Sean Pander. I can speak to canopy cover.
Yeah, the heat dome was quite a wake up, and we've been exploring themes of thermal comfort and forest fire smoke. We've done some measures in new construction. One of the immediate things it's had us consider, and we will be developing, we're doing additional research, and we'll look to consult the public and industry on, is what we realized is the spike in demand for air conditioning was very sharp. Air conditioners are just heat pumps that only cool. So for a very modest additional cost, instead of an air conditioner, you could get a heat pump that would do zero emissions heating and cooling. So we are currently just doing some research to figure out if in our proposed existing building regulations that we could require all cooling systems be heat pumps instead of just single direction heat pumps that do only cooling. So that was our immediate response. We're also looking at additional thermal comfort requirements in new construction, and that'll be part of the report we bring forward to you on rezonings and building bylaw updates in the spring.
Okay, and is there work that we are undertaking or supporting in terms of helping the public better understand the role of heat pumps in cooling, and just thinking about, in particular, the 99 people who died during the heat dome in Vancouver, largely in their own homes, how we can help on both on education and incentives to get more heat pump and cooling systems in those homes or other homes too?
Yeah, we've just begun. We're setting up a meeting with BC Hydro. With their recently announced 5-year electrification plan, they've now really engaged into educating and promoting heat pumps. You'll start to see a lot of their messaging pop up. We're looking for how we can amplify that, and the cooling communications will be a key part of it. We're also exploring additional city channels that we can use to promote that approach. Within the retrofit. So that's all new construction, single family homes. We're also very concerned about the overheating impacts in existing, rental and non-market housing situations. So we are beginning to do some research into the partners and incentives that we do with Lake Landlord BC. We're working on one to bring to you guys with regards to BC Housing and how we could prioritize heat pumps in common spaces and corridors, which the corridor ventilation air also provides some cooling to the units.
Okay, that was my next question. So those conversations with BC Housing in particular are underway, and we can expect to hear back on that front?
Yeah, we're looking at, as part of the capital budget you guys allocated to accelerate retrofits, partnering with BC Housing in the province. They both recognize there's some gaps in the provincial funding, so we're negotiating now how the city funding could complement those gaps and hopefully inform a more robust future provincial incentive program for non-market housing and multifamily housing.
Okay, and it's my understanding that requests for the incentives that the city, in partnership with the province, provides for heat pumps were oversubscribed this year, and we added more funds. Can you give us a little more info on that, and if there are decisions council needs to make about increasing those incentive funds?
Yeah, what we saw as part of the heat demand this summer, and the province had a temporary doubling of their grant, which they promoted quite heavily. Yeah, our matching grant money was fully subscribed, so we renewed that again for another $700,000. And we don't know the curve of uptake because it seems to be evolving quite quickly. We're hoping that will cover us for 2 years. But in this year's capital plan, there is, an additional reconfirmation of the $4 million budget to help accelerate retrofit funding, and that budget would be used for this sort of program. If that next year, if the demand for the retrofit funds exceeds the current budget, then
okay, thanks. I'm out of time. I have transportation questions too, but I'll go back on the list for that round. Thank you all.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle. And now we'll move to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for the report. I have 3 questions. The first one is, who is on the climate equity group and what equity groups do they represent? Could you send us a list? Or?
We can definitely send a list.
Okay, thank you. The second one is, in terms of the complete neighborhoods and getting people to walk, roll, or use transit, that depends a lot on transit and the need to improve the frequency, the reliability, and make it cheaper or free. But we don't control transit. So do you guys have any thoughts on how we could get TransLink to bump up the bus service and do those things, make it more reliable and cheaper?
Thanks. I'll call on Paul Storer to take that question.
Hi, thank you for the question. One of the big tools that we have in terms of improving bus service is improving how the streets work for buses. That allows the buses to move more, faster, more reliably, and it allows TransLink to provide more service for the same amount of money. So we work with TransLink on their bus plans overall, but in terms of the tools in our toolbox, the big one is better transit priority on our streets.
So basically the rest of it is up to us councillors lobbying for the other stuff, I guess, eh? Okay, so then the third part is there such a thing as I keep thinking of this heat dome and what would have saved the most lives. And I think it probably comes down to air conditioners for people who don't have them. And I'm just wondering if there's such a thing as heat pumps for individual apartments. And could we set up some sort of system where people actually surveyed people in their apartments to see if they were, you know, vulnerable and needed air conditioning, and also in single family homes, and that we tried to get air conditioning to them, or air conditioning heat pumps by hook or crook, you know, maybe they could afford them. Maybe we could do GoFundMe's. Maybe we could have some sort of free thing happening.
Thank you, Councillor. This is Doug Smith. I'll try to respond to your question. We will be following up with Council in Q1 next year with a response, with basically a heat memo responding back to how the city will be doing our best to support and ensure that this heat issue doesn't happen in the future. But what we're learning is that there's three major issues. One is air conditioning. One is dealing with isolation, ensuring people are connected with each other. And the third one is actually green space. Green space has a significant impact on reducing localized heat. So we'll be including that as well as working with our partners and working across silos of the city to bring back a little more of a comprehensive plan for council and hopefully avoid this type of thing in the future.
Something that we could get implemented before it gets hot.
That's the plan.
Okay, thanks. That's good for me.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, and I apologize if I ask any questions that have already been asked. It was a bit of a challenge getting here. The report refers to more EV charging, but it was indicated that the parking plan was meant to fund that, and now the province has announced a huge investment in EV charging infrastructure. Given that and the failure of the parking plan, where will the funding come from, and does the city need to be doing this when the province is committed to the same?
Thanks, Councillor. I can take that question. It's Matt Horn here. So we had put forward the parking program as sort of one of the tools expansion of investments in EV charging. So as Brad described earlier, there is sort of that baseline funding. So we have been investing in charging infrastructure throughout the city and do plan to continue that. It's sort of more of a question if we can ramp that up or not. The province, in part of their Clean BC roadmap, did include a commitment to expand charging infrastructure around the province. Not a lot of details at this point in terms of how much would that be sort of directed into City of Vancouver and what types of charging would be available. There's also not a budget commitment backing it up yet, so there's still, I think, a number of questions in terms of what the provincial follow-through is going to look like.
Okay, but you're all over it in terms of seeing what money can come from the province instead of coming from the city, right?
Absolutely. If there's a grant program available, as there has been from NRCan in the province over the last few years, we'll be applying for those to complement the investments the city is making.
Thank you very much. Next up, Beach Avenue was meant to be a temporary trial. Are we now suggesting that this is permanent?
And that question to Paul Storer.
Yeah, so we installed the Beach Avenue bike lane on an interim basis, first with cones, and we got really good feedback from the public on that. And because of the maintenance costs, we hardened that somewhat. The plan is to do some kind of more engagement to figure out what to do with it moving forward. We're also working with Park Board on the West End Waterfront Master Plan. So conversations will likely be part of that about, how to better.
But it is not yet permanent because we're not all hearing the same feedback on that. So it was meant to be temporary. So you're saying it's temporary. It's not yet permanent. So if the public have problems, that they should communicate that through the West End plan. Is that accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. Or contact us directly.
How does staff intend to address safer walking to school, considering the fact that owing to the lack of places to park, many parents are forced to drive further to drop their kids off at school, which is not walkable?
So we have a number of programs moving ahead in terms of working with schools on how to make it easier to walk and bike to the schools. One program that's about to roll out is a walking school bus program. that I think will start later this month or next month with Flex Schools to help, kids be able to walk to school. But we have a number of initiatives underway to work with the schools to make that happen.
Okay, just so you know, I'm hearing a lot from parents, a lot of frustration about not having access to be able to drop their kids off when required. So I hope we're paying attention to that. Shifting gears on heat pumps for older buildings, and this may have been covered. How does staff suggest that homeowners switch when they have hot water radiator systems which do not easily or economically convert to heat pump? Point of fact, I've heard that people have looked into this and it's tens of thousands of dollars to convert from hot water rads to heat pump. And you basically have to tear it out and put in a whole new heating system.
Let Sean Pander take that question.
Great. Councillor Hardwick, this is related to the mayor's previous question about why we don't just ban gas. In some circumstances, going to heat pumps with current technologies could be expensive and very challenging, and that's why we think it's important as we advance regulations and requirements that we still make available for those homes where this is very hard a gas option.
Okay, great. Sorry, as I said at the beginning, a bit of a challenge getting on here right now. And I don't know where I am in my timing.
You have 1
Chair.
minute to go.
Okay. What have staff learned from the experience of putting so much time and effort into putting forward the parking permit plan that was rejected? How will you use this income to inform future measures, particularly the transport pricing plan, which will no doubt be the most controversial measure of all of the SEEP initiatives and subject to much resistance and concern about how it will impact affordability and livability?
Just 15 seconds, please, Matt.
I think Lon Leclerc wanted to take that question.
Or I can take that quickly. One thing we learned from the parking program is we were moving it ahead really quickly, particularly, because there was an urgency around funding. If we'd taken more time with it and had kind of better conversations with the public, it might have gotten, better feedback from the public. So I think that's something we're going to continue to take into account.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you very much. Now we're on to a second round, and I have Councillor Carr, Dominato, Fry, Weeb, and Boyle on the list. So first up is Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you can hear me.
Can hear you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I did ask a question that the answer didn't come forward on yet around the city building energy retrofit. So perhaps Danica or some other staff can answer that question.
I think we've got Craig Edwards here now.
Yes, it's Craig Edwards with REFM. Yes, we have a total budget of about 7.4 million for building upgrades, including the funding that you asked to get transferred, and we've fully allocated that budget to retrofits on large city-owned buildings, and it's about 70% spent so far. And then to answer your other question about how many buildings have been retrofit so far, we have a total portfolio of about 650 buildings, and we've retrofit probably 100 so far. So there's a lot of buildings to go, but it's not as simple a question as that. Instead of targeting particular buildings, we always look for the best opportunities as equipment needs to be replaced and the best bang for the buck. And in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions with our city-owned buildings, we've reduced them by about 36% since 2007, and we have a target of getting to 100% reduction by 2040, and we're well on our way in a straight line of getting towards meeting that target. And we're also building all our new buildings and renewing existing buildings with zero-emission buildings. And we have a long list of projects underway, and we've created a written response to your question that you should be receiving shortly.
Excellent, thank you. That's the information I'm seeking. I just want to follow up to that, which is I think there was 60 million in a budget for this kind of work. So it's taking us quite a few years to spend 7.4 million. What is needed to ramp it up in terms of the speed at which we complete the projects? As you say, we've done 100 out of 650 buildings.
Yeah, well, Yeah, it's not that easy. We could do another round of energy service company projects with energy service companies can come in and look at a large number of buildings and complete retrofits on a larger number. So we could explore opportunities like that.
I think it's a good thing. I know you can't answer that now, but it's a good thing, I think, to explore and come back to council with in terms of how we can move things forward. I mean, COP26 is saying move faster, right?
Yeah.
So my second question is the point was made about we should be or we should work with Metro and the province to increase the likelihood of achieving our targets. That's from the presentation. Specifically, what can we do with Metro and the province? And I want to start with Metro. Metro, as you know, has the authority and responsibility for air quality, including air emissions. We've been able to put fees on air emissions, such as off-road diesel engines. Is there any way that we can work with Metro, for example, on those kinds of measures, including potentially a charge for embodied emissions if a building is, instead of deconstructed, demolished?
I can start with that question anyways. I think definitely we want to be exploring all those opportunities with Metro and the province. In terms of their ability to sort of implement fees, particularly when you look at industrial sources of emissions where we have limited jurisdiction in the City of Vancouver, really important to be working with Metro as partners and encouraging them to implement those pieces as ambitiously as they can.
Yeah, I think that we just ramped up fees quite considerably at Metro at our last meeting. But I'm looking at gaps, and one of the gaps that we have is in the demolition instead of deconstruction of buildings. And if there was a disincentive, just as on the off-road diesel engines, there was a disincentive to own a really badly polluting one. If there was a disincentive to demolish rather than deconstruct, that might be helpful. But let's talk about that further, after this meeting.
Just 40 seconds, Councillor Carr.
School streets pilot. I understand that it's not continuing because they couldn't find the volunteers. What are the solutions for enabling that school street pilot to continue and added schools?
Paul, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so we really struggled getting volunteers for the program, as we told council about recently. We're kind of taking back our experience with the program so far, and are going to try to figure out how to make it more robust, relaunch that. Probably not right away. We need to do some work on it, but hopefully later next year.
Okay, program's not dead. In other words, you're gonna find some way.
And we need to do more learning from other jurisdictions that have made it successfully, and look at how they've gotten volunteers and managed the program.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll pick up on that as well. I had a question around the school program, noting that that in some cases it isn't going ahead well. Families liked it. The challenge is to have volunteers, because in many cases, I'd say majority, you've got 2 working parents, and so volunteering time in the morning is a challenge. So are there other opportunities, whether it be in terms of the public realm or just around I guess sort of more broadly, just education and awareness, as opposed to relying on volunteers and walking school buses? My kids have done that, but families can self-organize in that. I don't know that we need regulatory intervention on that. People are already doing it. So I'm just curious if there's other thinking. My kids' school has speed humps already all the way around the school. And most families are walking in many cases.
Yeah, so we have a lot of programs that are getting going around schools. We have our existing program, Safe and Active Transportation program to school, which has been really successful in terms of improving things for walking. But we're also getting going with a walking school bus program very soon to help support that, and a number of other things on the go to really help, walk and cycle to school. But slow streets, we think there's a solution there. We just need to work more on that specific one.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. I'm curious if staff could provide an update on, there was, council gave direction to do further research around a local mobility pricing framework specifically for the downtown core and around the core. And I'm curious, is that coming back to council for a decision in 2022? And then the second question is, what is the status of discussions with TransLink around a regional mobility pricing approach?
So in terms of the transport pricing program, we have just gotten a consultant on board and are just about to start conversations with stakeholders. And right now we're really in that investigatory stage, trying to understand what's important, the key folks, starting to understand what we need to be looking at forward, and intent is to bring it back to council with an update in 2022.
I'm just going to let the staff member know, Councillor Dominato, I've paused your time. We're having trouble hearing you, and maybe just keeping the microphone closer. We're hearing some fading in and out. It's hard to hear your response.
Great, is that better?
It is better. So if you'd like to continue on.
Yeah, so if you, the key point is we're starting conversations with it, on it, and doing the background work over the next few months, and we'll be bringing an update to council in 2022.
Thank you for that. I'm just looking over my questions here. My questions around circular economy, I think, were addressed through other councillors. And I would also, like Councillor Carr, look forward to seeing the information around the building. So thank you for that additional detail. Look forward to the follow up on that. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. Questions around the active transportation and specifically the MOBI. I noted that you were talking about expanding electrification of MOBI, and I'm curious if there's any considerations around expanding the actual network itself. It seems to me that there's some missed opportunities. I'm a recent convert to MOBI, totally into it. I find it. I just found out that in the last 2 years I've cycled 800 kilometers, mostly last mile stuff between SkyTrain stations and here to the office. So I see great opportunity in MOBI as a tool, and I see a lot more pickup. So I'm curious how we are planning to expand the MOBI network, expand interest in using MOBI, and not just the electrification, which I'm not even convinced is the best move. Curious to hear a bit more about that.
Lon coming on there?
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yes, in the next year, we are looking to expand both the coverage in terms of itself, but also introduce electrification for e-bikes, which will make it a option for a lot of those trips, which actually take you up a steep hill today.
Indeed, taking a MOBI up to City Hall is challenging when one is wearing a suit and tie. Are there specific plans to hinge it off SkyTrain? I see a fantastic opportunity, for instance, off Canada Line around Oak Ridge, Punjabi Market, Langara, that kind of area. Similarly with Marine Gateway as kind of low-hanging fruit, as it were.
Yes, so we'll be bringing a report on the expansion of the project to council. But in the past, our expansion has been kind of square contiguous area based, and we are looking at more linear or strategic expansion, which might not just say expand the boundary to this new street and kind of fill in all the spaces in between, but rather be looking much more specifically at locations that would really benefit from a station.
That sounds fantastic. On that note, can we expect to see some better cycling infrastructure in South Vancouver, particularly around Marine Drive there and Marine Gateway and Kent?
Maybe I'll allow our Director of Transportation to speak to that. Paul?
Hi. Yes. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm trying to improve my sound, but yeah, the Marine Drive, or sorry, Kent Avenue has been on our list to improve for active transportation for quite a while. It's really coming up on the priority list. There's a lot of demand east-west to get to the station there, so it's something we want to start working on soon.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, looking at the dashboard, are we looking to update our targets and indicators? And is this something that we will continue, recognizing that these numbers are now outdated? And just wondering where we're at with updating and providing this accountability for the city's green work.
Yeah, good question. If we were going to propose changing any of the targets, we would bring those back as recommendations to council. In terms of some of the more minor timelines around individual actions, we are doing minor updates from those from time to time, and we'll continue to update those as part of future updates on the implementation of the action plan.
So to be clear, we're going to get a new dashboard or a new opportunity, because it's difficult because we just put out a Vancouver plan book to the public that has 73% of residents live 5 minutes from a park, and then I look at the dashboard and it says 92% of the land base. And so I'm just wondering how we can be clear with our messaging and ensure that we're holding ourselves accountable to urban forest cover and other goals that we have, including reducing trips.
I see. Okay, yeah. So we do have a commitment to come back on the climate emergency action plan every year and update that dashboard as Vancouver plan is completed and the indicators framework is clearer for that work. It may may well make sense to update that so there's better consistency between the two.
Okay, so climate emergency action plan will have a dashboard that might be different, but we will have a similar goals throughout on what we're achieving as a city.
Yeah, we do want them to be consistent across those, but the plan is to report annually on climate emergency action plan progress.
Okay, on this work, it looks like in our funding for the budget coming up, the role for a park board climate emergency and resilient manager that would look at biodiversity and access to nature isn't contemplated in funding. Can you talk about the importance of that position to this work?
I'm just going to call up Brad here to take that.
Hi, Councillor Weeb. The position is being put forward by Park Board, but I'll attempt to speak to it. So it directly aligns with Big Move 6. It's really focused on supporting the city's urban forest canopy. So that would be the connection to CPUR through Big Move 6. Beyond that, though, I think someone from Park Board would be better to respond to this one.
Okay, and on that urban forest canopy, recognizing we did have the heat dome this year with almost 100 deaths, and we have significant areas of the city that are under 10% urban forest cover. Can we talk about how we're going to move forward with that, recognizing in the finances that was presented today, there is no financing for the Big Move 6 over the next 5 years?
Yeah, I will pass to Tamsin, but I'll just briefly note, Councillor Weeb, that there is an intent to bring forward a report on Big Move 6, and it will have some description of priority projects, including filling some of the gaps in our canopy cover with a sense of budget required to do that. Tamsin, Mills, do you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just add that there's lots of recognition of the importance of canopy cover in mitigating the heat event, and the BC CDC is researching currently just how effective and important that is, and what percentages are needed. The Park Board in December 2020 did approve a target of 30% canopy cover for Vancouver, and we will be incorporating that in our BM6 work, which we'll hopefully report back on soon.
Okay, now the Greenest City is complete. Which elements of the Greenest City plan are we no longer going to be monitoring, and how come?
Councillor, this is Doug Smith. So I wouldn't say we're no longer monitoring things. What I would say is we've put some things on pause. We're focusing on climate emergency while Vancouver plan is being developed. But the intention is once Vancouver plan lands is to come forward with another comprehensive environmental plan for the city, which will include likely, we haven't decided yet, but likely the same things that you saw in Greenest City and hopefully some additional things. So it'll include green space, waste reduction, water conservation, all of the things that have been priorities. We wanted to do them underneath Vancouver plan as opposed to doing them independently.
Just 30 seconds, Councillor Weeb.
Okay, so quickly, so we put on pause our environmental plan until Vancouver plan is set up and focusing on buildings and transportation with the climate emergency in the meantime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. A little concerned about that. Thank you. Appreciate the answers to that.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. And Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. I have a few questions on the transportation side. I appreciated all of the answers on buildings. Further to some of the questions about the school streets program, I'm wondering what examples we've seen in other jurisdictions that use a bit more infrastructure to take the place of the heavy reliance on volunteers that we saw in the pilot of the school streets program last spring. I know in Britain they had those great kind of expandable screens, which of course wouldn't work in all of our locations, but wondering if there's some infrastructure solutions on that front.
Turn that to Paul.
Yeah, that's still something that we need to learn. I think we have a bit of a different regulatory framework than they have in the UK. So we need to be sure that, well, we need to see where there are differences and how we can try to get over those. I know a lot of the school streets programs in the UK haven't had to rely so much on volunteers. So we're taking a better look at that, what we can do in our regulatory framework and kind of how to adapt the program kind of better to Vancouver.
Okay, great. We'll look forward to that. My second question for you, Paul, is around the temporary slow streets program and what it will look like to begin to make some of those slow streets permanent.
Thank you. Yeah, so we launched the Slow Streets program near the beginning of the pandemic, and it was really to make a network of streets better for walking and cycling so people could get out and exercise in their neighborhoods during the pandemic and travel around their neighborhoods. We got really good feedback on it, but it has been quite high maintenance costs. So we're looking at how we can, and we've been getting complaints from residents about barriers moving around and things like that. So we're looking at how we can reduce maintenance costs and make that program a bit more robust. And then we'll be reporting out to council fairly soon on what we think that'll look like.
Okay, great. One more transportation question, if you don't mind. It is around reducing the speed limit. I get a lot of questions, I'm sure other councillors do, about where we're at in terms of lowering the speed limit near schools and also in residential areas. I know we did a pilot in a couple of areas and it's been a back and forth with the province about signage requirements. So I'm wondering if you can give us a bit of an update on where that's at.
Yeah, so we have a longstanding policy to reduce speed limits on local streets around the city, and part of the way to do that effectively, rather than have to sign every block, would be to get the ability to implement speed limits around the city. We tried, doing it on every street in the neighborhood in Grandview Woodlands, part of Grandview Woodlands, and got quite good feedback from the public on that. People quite liked it. So we're looking at how we can roll that out. We got positive signs from the province last time we talked to them, and are trying to advance those conversations. Right now, there's a bit of a different interpretation, I guess, about what the regulations actually are. So we're trying to hammer those out now with the province.
Okay, but that's happening. There's no direction from council needed. That figuring out with the province whose interpretation rules is ongoing?
No, I think we have clear policy direction from council. The UBCM has also passed several motions over the years to try to move this ahead. So really we have heard a lot more of a positive reaction from staff of the province over the last year, I'm going to say. So that's really great. So now we're into some of the details on how we might be able to implement it, or maybe there's something there now that could allow us to do it more easily already.
Okay, well, I look forward to all of that. Thank you for all of that work. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. And that comes to that brings us to the end of our second round of questions. So I'm just going to pause to ensure that we've not missed any councillor that would like a second round. Okay, great. So hearing none, this actually concludes item 1. So thank you very much to staff for answering all of those questions in your presentation. And as this is an update for information only, there'll be no vote. That concludes item 1. So thank you very much. We will be moving to item 3 on the agenda, and our third item is the interim update, accessibility strategy, phase 1 development, held by Councillor Dominato. We do have Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Services, as well as Wilma Clark, Assistant Director, Karen Lay, Social Planner, and Mambi Mena, Social Planner in the Social Policy and Projects Division. And we also have Jacques Courteau, Chair of Accessibility Strategy Task Force, all available. There is a presentation, but I actually just wanted to check with City Manager if that's something staff would like to move ahead with. I understand that it may just be questions of staff from Councillor Dominato. Right, and City Manager is, while the City Manager is just moving to a working microphone, just pause for a second.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, we do have a presentation for council and are happy to proceed with that or to forgo it at your discretion, of course, and just address questions. But we do have staff. Sandra's here, and the other staff will be here shortly to present.
Okay, excellent. Well, I will actually just pose that question to councillors if they would like to see the presentation. And that was Councillor Weeb asking to see the presentation and others, so we are going to move ahead.
So, point of personal privilege.
Yes, Councillor.
I don't know, where am I going to view that? Because I'm not hooked into the council chamber right now. Will it be on the WebEx?
It will be on the WebEx screen. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question. So I'm going to ask Sandra Singh to join us, again, General Manager, Arts, Culture and Community Service, to introduce the presentation and the report.
Good morning, Council. My apologies for the delay. We thought there might be a bit more time on the previous item, so staff are just on their way in. So we're very pleased to be presenting this with you, report with you this afternoon. I'm just going to take a moment and pull it up, and again, I'm very sorry for the delay.
This is Mambi. I can go ahead and pull out the presentation on WebEx if that works.
Great, thanks so much,
Okay.
Mambi. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
So good morning, Council. Right there. Yeah. So we're very pleased to be presenting this interim update on the development of the first phase of the citywide accessibility strategy this morning. As per the report, the final report will be coming to Council by June of 2020, but we know that this strategy's development is a priority for this Council, and so wanted to bring you this interim update before the end of the year. For today's presentation, I will have with me in chambers Karen Lai, our Social Planner and Social Policy, and Wilma Clark, Assistant Director of Social Policy, who's been leading the staff effort. We're also joined on WebEx by Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects, our Social Planner, Mambi Mena, and members of the Accessibility Task Force, including the Chair, Jacques Courteau. While ACCS is stewarding the process to develop this strategy, because this is a citywide strategy, every department in the city is represented in our internal working group. There are too many to name here, but I would like to thank them for their engagement and enthusiasm for this work, and do want to recognize in particular the partnership with the city's Equity Officer, Aftab Irfan, and also the leadership of Paul Storer, Director of Transportation Services and Engineering Services, who has been supporting this strategy. And I'd like to recognize him for his leadership over the years, and also he's the staff liaison to PDAC. Importantly, I would also like to recognize and thank the members of the Accessibility Task Force for their leadership, guidance, and support in the ongoing development of this strategy. They're working closely with our staff team. They inspire us and provide us great insights, and they're working closely to shape this developing strategy. And I think you can see their leadership, influence, and guidance throughout the work thus far. So I would now like to invite Karen to the podium to present the update. And we'll just take one moment, please.
Cool.
Welcome. Take a moment to get yourself settled, not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
And Karen, I can advance the slides for you if you'd like that.
Point of privilege,
Okay.
Chair. Could you please add me to the queue? My remote desktop is not
Sorry,
working.
yes, Councillor DiGenova, we have a significant issue with restaurants, so nobody's able to get on the queue. So if you'd like to get on the queue, you can go ahead and just message the clerk and we'll keep a running list. And just letting our presenter know that all councillors are present virtually, and then those you see in the chambers.
Cool. Thank you. Is the PowerPoint up?
The PowerPoint is, it's actually, sorry, it's on the WebEx.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we'll let you know when to, they'll be moving, Mumby will be working with you to move to the next slide.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor Kennedy Stewart, councillors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the interim report of the phase 1 of the accessibility strategy. I'm here to represent my team, our team, and feel very supported by Sandra Singh, Mary Claire Sack, Manager of Social Policy, Wilma Clark, who oversees the project, and the Assistant Director of Social Policy, my colleagues within Social Policy, Mambi Mena, Juliana Tozek, and Kathy Bergen-Clive. Kathy was with us until mid-October, and she played a key role in restarting the work of this strategy. The accessibility task force has been meeting before I began working with the city, and so great commitment, passion, and the work under the leadership of Jack Corday. Next slide, please. At the center of the work we do, I would like to acknowledge that it is on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish nations. Next slide. This is our background of what I will be presenting. Some recommendations we've outlined in the report, giving you some background and context on the accessibility strategy, developing this strategy, sharing some engagement results, and then I will follow up with an emerging strategy with proposal of accessibility statements of commitments, along with some proposed actions while you're planning priorities. I will close with outlining the next step and then open it up for questions. Next slide, please. As the report outlined, we recommend the council that council receives the interim report as an update on the work to date on the development of phase 1 of accessibility strategy includes the draft accessibility commitment statements, the attached engagement summaries. The council provides professional approval of the proposed accessibility commitment statements subject to final community engagement. The council approved the proposed action while you're planning priority actions that can be achieved within existing resources for immediate implementation, and that Council received for consideration the proposed action while planning priority action that requires additional funding of $200,000, which has been identified as a potential investment for evaluation as part of the 2022 operating budget process. Moving on to some background. In May of 2018, Council requested a report on moving the accessibility strategy forward. And thus, September of that year, the staff recommended to Council the development of the phase 1 of the accessibility strategy, along with convening of an accessibility task force. Later that year, Council approved of the development of the phase 1 of the accessibility strategy. Next slide. To give you some understanding of disabilities, we have recognized that disabilities are part of the human conditions. There are some disabilities that are temporary, some are permanent, some are periodic, and it is recognized that almost everyone will experience a change in their function at some point in their life. We know that as we get into our senior years, most likely each of them will experience difficulties in functioning. Disability comes in not being able to function in an assumed normal ways. It is the impairment impacted by barriers with the environmental, structural, or social context. Consequently, socially imposed values are placed on differences in body, mind functioning, and or structure, impacting the one sense of belonging and overall well-being. Despite disabilities being part of the human condition, and despite many decades of advocacy, people with disabilities continue to experience discrimination and multiple barriers in their everyday life. This discrimination and barriers are rooted in ableism, a system of thought and organizing similar to racism and sexism, based on the belief that disabled bodies and minds are inferior. This belief is used to justify neglect, abuse, and disposal of people with disabilities who are seen as having less value, are burdensome and unprofitable in a capitalist society. Ableism is both overt and implicit and is deeply ingrained in society's attitudes, beliefs, social interactions, and within our organizational practices, systems and structure. It's largely an unconscious mindset based on learned values, prejudices which distort the realities faced by persons with disabilities. So, why are we focusing on accessibility? Research shows that when we plan for those who experience the most barriers, everyone benefits. Everyone will feel welcome and a sense of belonging when we have an accessible city. Therefore, developing an accessibility strategy is an opportunity for the city to strengthen and expand on its current work of building a more accessible and inclusive city. Accessibility is a human right. The city of Vancouver has a responsibility to uphold and protect human rights by creating an accessible city for everyone, prioritizing the needs of people with disabilities as a protected group. People with disabilities are diverse, with various access of different experience, and the development of the accessibility strategy should consider the needs of all people with disabilities, including physical disabilities, mental health issues, developmental, and other invisible disabilities. We're moving on to development of this strategy. As Sandra mentioned, we are guided by a accessibility task force when the motion was passed in 2018. Ever since the beginning of 2020, the task force has been meeting regularly, guiding the work of this strategy. On behalf of the task force and the team, I would like to thank past members Mary Jo Federley, Nico Williams, Al Fowler, Anita Williams, Phoenix Winters, and Colleen McGinnis. We are grateful for their commitment to accessibility.
May I just ask for a quick pause as we're right up against noon? I just ask for a motion to extend. Okay, I see hands in the chamber. To pass lunch to hear the presentation, and then we'll hear questions after lunch. So that's the motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. Community engagement began with meet and greet sections with various community organizations. The goal of these sessions were to build relationships and to let them know about the emerging strategy. Staff also organized virtual community dialogues where we heard from people with various disabilities and other intersecting identities. We heard from council advisory committees, parents, caregivers of people with disabilities, seniors, immigrants, sex workers, and the city staff with disabilities. We heard from the broader public through an online survey that was sent out through Shape Your City. In total, we engaged with 114 community stakeholders. It was important for the staff to model what thank you. It was important for staff to model what an accessible city may look like during an engagement. We put various considerations in place to remove barriers and ensure that those in attendance could participate fully in community dialogues. Example of the considerations include co-hosting the meetings with different organizations, including we prepared meeting materials in plain language and shared them in advance with participants. ASL and closed captioning was included in all dialogues, and each meeting began half an hour early to allow participants to figure out the technology and to make sure everything works. And then staff prepared summary reports and distribute them to participants to review, validate that we accurately captured their insights. During the engagement, participants shared stories about the challenges they face every day, including physical, social, attitudinal, environmental, financial, and communication. They also said the importance of this strategy in building the human rights of British Columbians to assure respect for the inherent dignity of the individuals. There were some overarching themes that people felt it was important for the city to pay attention to as this strategy was being developed. These include engaging with people with lived experience, increase public education and awareness to counter ableism, increase understanding of the full spectrum of disabilities, shift to an accessibility culture, apply an accessibility lens, instill universal design principles, and implementing accountability methods. From the engagement, these comments that aligned well with our existing themes. These themes, such as built environment, governance, and services to employment, were developed by the jurisdictional scan and the work of the task force. These themes fall in line with the recently passed PC Accessibility Act. Along with the existing themes, there were many emerging themes such as healthcare, income finance, and as mentioned, education and awareness, food security, or an increased need for more opportunities for post-secondary. We provided this space for people to share their own experiences while their responses may cover areas under the different levels of government. we know that the city has a role and responsibility to play for those things that are shared between different levels of government. So we have a bit of comments from the task force, and I'm going to speak to that on behalf of the task force, and they are showcasing this strategy, showcase the commitment to develop an inclusive and welcoming city for all citizens and visitors. And the primary goal of this strategy is to establish exemplary accessibility practices, protocols, and standards throughout City of Vancouver, and they advocate and it's imperative that they look through an accessibility lens across city work. They are stressing the importance, the adequate resources that will be required for monitoring and regularly reporting, and the definition of key concepts such as accessibility and disability are key to ensuring the strategy for implementation, integrity, and longevity. The proposed approach to accessibility for the city is that it should align with the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities with provincial and federal legislation. Further, the proposed strategy should be informed by disability justice and intersectionality lenses that prioritizes disability and considers how disability intersects with other identities such as age, race, gender, and immigration. And recognizing the diversity and the various disabilities, staff recommend that city uses the words persons with disabilities to reference the complexity and intersections of this spectrum of multiple lived experiences. The following are the proposed accessibility statements of commitments. The City of Vancouver commits to respecting the rights, dignity, and independence of persons with disabilities over the life course. Fostering a safe environment where all people feel valued, included, and a sense of belonging. Creating opportunities for persons with disabilities to be involved in decision making and to participate in all aspects of city life. Demonstrating how the knowledge and perspective of persons with disabilities are integrated across all city processes, policies, and decision making. And listening to and addressing the needs of persons with disability in city programs, services, and physical infrastructure. During the engagement of the accessibility strategy undertaken to date, internal and external stakeholders have identified action while planning priorities that would help the city to address existing barriers to accessibility. We have recommended these actions that could have immediate impact. These actions, such as the development of an accessibility toolkit, inventory of accessible facilities, and an establishment of the NPO Cross Disability Network, do not require any additional resources. Staff are proposing the following 3 actions with corresponding budget estimates required to implement them. These actions were determined by a community engagement, the task force, and the internal working group. Actions that will have a big impact both internally and community broadly. First is the ongoing training for senior decision makers. It is clear that more awareness and education are needed to shift people's thinking about disability and to embed an accessibility lens. Second, using ASL and closed captioning in all city council meetings and PDAC. By incorporating this language into all the meetings, it would demonstrate that the city is for everyone, and everyone needs to have access to information so that they can contribute. They could be contributing members of the communities. And number 3 is the online public directory. Especially during COVID, it highlighted the need that more services are needed to support persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities are part of the city and a part of the city and a part of the community. Next steps. Going forward, we have a lot of work ahead of us to deliver phase 1 of the accessibility strategy to you, Council, by the spring of 2022. As promised, the community will be providing a detailed report, what we heard, to be shared publicly with various stakeholders in early December. We will continue collaborating with the task force to finalize definition of key concepts, principles, and the areas of focus. We will work with the Equity Office to develop a monitoring and accountability framework and provide some recommendations for long-term and short-term actions to implement the accessibility strategy. And we will develop a phase 1 final report and presentation to council in Q1 of 2022. Accessibility matters. Developing an accessibility strategy is an opportunity for the city to strengthen and expand on its current work of building a more accessible and inclusive city. And thus, it will foster a culture of equity and inclusion that values and includes all residents, visitors, and employees. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Jacques, for the presentation. We are going to move to questions after lunch, so if you wouldn't mind all coming back, we're going to reconvene this meeting at 1:15.
Great.
With that, we're on a recess for lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:15.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was good teamwork. Well, thanks for going with it.
You did a great job. I'm so sorry. Usually there's like tons of questions. I'm so sorry. You did great.
No, Councillor Boyle.
Yeah.
Test, checking. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Hello, testing 1, 2. Just showing. Is it on? Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. On. Test 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hello, check 1, 2. Test 1, 2. There. Right, yeah. Just pick no. Oh. Hello, test 1, 2. Check 1, yeah. Yeah, I think just that process.
Okay, great. Welcome back to the committee meeting on finance. Just before we broke for lunch, we had just completed the presentation by Karen Lai related to item 3 on the agenda, interim update accessibility strategy phase 1 development. And we are at questions. So I'd like to, I'm actually going to clear the queue. We do have Councillor Dominato was first on the queue before we went to break, and then Councillor DiGenova, and then we'll go with the other councillors on the queue in that order, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Weeb. So Councillor Dominato, you have 5 minutes of questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the update today. And some of my questions will be informed by feedback I solicited from 3 different individuals who identify as persons with disabilities. All 3 are in wheelchairs, and so I solicited their feedback. One of my questions is related to page 5 of the report with the plan to bring a final draft strategy to Council in Q1 2022. My question is, will this strategy include the multi-year action plan that's referenced? Chair, I'm not hearing anything. Am I?
We're just making sure we do hear you and the responses on its way.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to be able to present a response. This is Wilma Clark, Assistant Director within Social Policy, and I'm part of the team that's working on the accessibility strategy. And yes, our plan is to come forward with recommendations for a multi-year actions going forward when we do table the response in the spring.
Okay, that's really great to hear, because I certainly got that from feedback from both from my read of the report and update, but also from others about the really importance of being concrete in actions. And then speaking to actions, I know the report, the update recommends a number of sort of interim actions that can be achieved right now. Could you expand on the development of an accessibility toolkit? What will that include, and who is that targeted at?
So we'll be working with an organization called City Studio, who does a lot of work with municipal government. So, and we thought this would be a great way to use young students in planning accessibility toolkits, and then they can have their practice of what is accessible city, look at the best practices, and then come forward to this staff as to what they've discovered. So we'll be working in partnership with City Studio.
And if I could add to Karen's response, we are also working with UBC Sauder School of Business. So City Studio is working with students coming from that program. And what they are doing is they're interviewing members of our internal working group, which represents departments across the city, to identify what sorts of tools would be helpful for our various departments in implementing the strategy. So that work is underway right now.
Okay, thank you for that update. I want to speak to, it was identified in the community engagement, and it's also referenced in the report around the importance of an accessibility lens. We talked about an intersectional lens, but could you describe what our approach is today in terms of our departments of applying an accessibility lens in the absence of a strategy? Because I think this work has obviously been underway for several years, but I have some concerns about the lens being applied currently in our day-to-day work. So I'm curious if you could describe that.
Well, I think the main purpose of this accessibility strategy, very similar to the purpose of the equity framework, was to bring together under one umbrella the various activities and initiatives happening across departments. So I don't know that at this point there is one unified lens. I know that there has been some work in departments around universal design. And on our working group, each of the departments have been talking about the various pieces of work that they are doing currently to implement accessibility within their work. But again, there is not a unified lens at this point, which is the purpose of pulling together the framework that we're currently working on.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Another question that's come up is in terms of in developing the goals and objectives and the accountability piece. I assume there'll be an accountability framework that accompanies the draft strategy and the multi-year action plan. Will that accompany the report out in the new year?
Yes, the goal is for us to develop in partnership with the Equity Office a monitoring and accountability framework that will be a part of the report coming forward.
Okay, great. And sorry, I just don't know what my time is, Chair.
Councillor Dominato.
Okay, can I move for a second round? Or someone else could?
Yes, you are out of time, but perhaps somebody else will move that on your behalf.
Thank you.
And I do see Councillor DiGenova on the list, but I believe she has an LOA. So I'm getting a nod from the clerk. So we'll move on to Councillor Wheat.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the presentation. The first question is on urban building designs, recognizing there's reports that came to us in 2014 that didn't get approved at council, looking at accessibility of access and visibility of a certain amount of units on new developments. And I don't see in the groups working as leads the building permits and licensing. So I'm wondering where that work is included in this accessibility strategy.
Well, we do have that group represented on the internal working group, infrastructure, building infrastructure is one of the focus areas. So my assumption, and I will make sure that that's included moving forward, is that that will be a part of the discussions and will be incorporated because the built environment is one of the areas of focus.
Built environment, okay, thank you. Second one, accessible facility maps for all civic facilities. It looks like Park Board's going to be the lead at looking at their projects. And I know in 2015, there was a motion passed that they would have all of their recreational facilities mapped so that people could go online and see the accessibility drop-offs and where to move. I'm wondering if REFM will be included in that work, if we could look at it on a citywide lens so that we can have all of our buildings properly mapped so that people do feel more, we remove barriers for people accessing city facilities.
Right. Absolutely. I think the purpose of doing that mapping exercise was to ensure that it's a citywide sort of initiative and not just localized to one department.
Okay. Next one, I know this is a lot of work by the Accessibility Task Force, and we have lost a couple members, and I really appreciate the leadership you're showing. Is there honorariums for the people that are on this committee, recognizing how hard they work? And I know there's a lot of time and commitment. I mean, this has been going on since 2018, so we have lost a few really good people. So how do we ensure that the momentum continues with all the amazing work that's being done by this committee to keep the momentum going as we see this Accessible City Task Force come to light?
So I completely agree. The task force has been instrumental in guiding this work over the past years. And they are wonderful volunteers coming from basically our PDAC committee as well as the Seniors Advisory Committee. And the issue of honoraria has come up for those who may be interested in it. And for those who are interested, they've approached. So it has been offered as a recognition of the work they're doing.
That's great to hear. Is Jacques on the line? Is that true? Is he here to answer questions as well?
I'm not sure if Jacques is on the line or not. He had said that he may not be available.
Yeah, he's out of town at the moment.
I know he's in Miami, but I thought he was gonna zoom in.
Yeah.
That's
We'd hope
fine.
for that as well.
Yeah, so I guess the committees, because I know the seniors committee was also involved in that. Can you talk a little bit about how this work has been working with the advisory committees and what we're going to see coming up here in January, or I guess Q1, because I'm really excited to see this strategy come forward. So what are we going to really see in the new year that we can be kind of like concrete? Like, I guess how's that working relationship going? And what elements are we going to see that are going to be tangible, accountable? And the funding ask at 200,000. What are we looking at for funding, recognizing that we have a larger budget ask probably in the future?
Well, I can start and then maybe I can turn it over to our GM, Sandra Singh, to speak to the budget piece. In terms of how the work is going with the task force, I think the work is going wonderfully. We have a number of new members from the PDAC and Seniors Advisory that's added some new energy as well to the group. And they've guided this work. They've been a part of putting together the community work that we've done. They've led that community engagement. They've sat in on those sessions. There is a section in the report that you will see that are the comments from the task force themselves and what they would like to see going forward. And in terms of what we can expect going forward, as Karen had mentioned in her presentation, one of the pieces that we had committed to, both the task force and ourselves, was getting back to community with what we heard report from them, so that it's really clear that we have heard them and we've heard all of their issues and that we're bringing those forward to council. We are also, has been mentioned as part of the report, we're going to be working to put together the implementation plan, which will include the monitoring and accountability, which will include the a gap analysis and where we need to go, and will include multi-year action. So all of those things are coming, and yeah, we're excited about that. I also should mention that
I'm sorry, Councillor, it is over time already,
okay.
so if we can hold that second part. Thank you very much. Next, we have Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for a really good report. I have two questions. I've got a friend in a wheelchair who's absolutely beside herself because of the building code. Is there any way we can bump up the speed of getting our building codes changed so that new buildings are accessible to people in wheelchairs?
Yes, that's definitely something that as we're doing our work with our internal working group that we can bring forward. We do have representatives of DBL on that group, and so we'll make sure to note this as part of our discussion going forward.
Okay, I think that's a huge issue. And the other question I wanted to ask is when you're doing consultations, how big of an issue is low income in terms of a barrier to accessibility, and have you figured out any way to approach senior governments on that issue?
With all the community dialogues we hosted, about 14, the income level was one of the key emerging themes, and we'll work on the various, with the internal working group and with various groups to see how we can incorporate that in this strategy.
And I would just add that, as Karen mentioned, there are many recommendations coming to us from our community engagement that we recognize that the jurisdiction lies with other levels of government. And one of the things we did commit to was to identify those and to also share with these other levels of government what we're hearing about from community that falls within their jurisdictions.
Okay, thanks. So if there is any political action on that front, call me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for this presentation. A number of my questions have been asked, but I might expand on them a little if I can. So I was also curious about the intersections between disability and income and what we're hearing from folks in terms of making sure our accessibility strategy is rooted in those intersections. That's sort of half the question. And are we hearing from low-income people with disabilities in informing the strategy?
Absolutely. With all our dialogue sessions, we try to seek people that represent intersections identity, and as mentioned, a lot of them both their income, like buying food or getting good employment, they provide sufficient income to get their living costs. So we did hear plenty of voices on the intersections of those identities.
Great, thank you. I'm curious too on, I know the province has been doing engagement on a provincial strategy. Do we have any hope of something comparable to the Americans with Disability Act, or like a more comprehensive law that will move us on this front?
My understanding of the BC Accessibility Act is that they've identified a number of priority focus areas, which are very similar to the ones we initially came up with as well for the city. And as Karen mentioned, some others have come forward through community, one of them being income. When we've been in touch with the Secretariat, the Provincial Secretariat on many occasions, so we're keeping in close contact, and they've told us a couple of things. One is they are now working on the regulations, and so we're not quite sure what those will be. They also mentioned that they are going to, there are a number of what they're calling prescribed organizations or prescribed agencies, and when we asked what those prescribed agencies were and were municipalities a part of that, they said absolutely. They also said that they thought that municipalities and public services were going to be the first up in terms of the application of these regulations.
Okay, that relates to my other question is about the building code as well, and just knowing how hard it is to find affordable housing for people with disabilities. Do you have a sense of where BC housing fits into that, or the building? I mean, I think about the building code, but a lot of new market housing, even if it was physically accessible, is unaffordable. So I'm just interested on that. That's one of the key questions I hear from folks, and interested in any ray of hope or what we can be doing more of within our jurisdiction on that front.
I don't know BC Housing's position at this point, but more than willing to engage with them as we go forward with this work and raise these points, and hopefully be able to engage on that.
Sure, that would be great. I mean, I'm sure, as you've heard, one of the things I hear most is just the size of new units not being physically accessible to people who rely on mobility devices, the bathrooms not being large enough.
Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services, on our internal working group also as a planning and development group, and so we can share that feedback with your question with the housing policy group, and bring back a response offline.
Sure, that would be great. And then, actually, before I run out of time, can I move for a second round of questions?
Yes, you can. Thank you. So I'll just go to council with that motion for a second round of questions. All those in favor?
Yay.
Any opposed? Great, so we'll have a second round. Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, it's great to see members of the Seniors Advisory Committee so engaged on the Accessibility Task Force. It's certainly, the data seems to point to a growing, as the baby boomers age, a sort of growing intersection of seniors and people with more accessibility needs. Is that, I mean, and so housing comes up for me, transportation too, of course, but what's our sense of how we're going to meet those needs? And I have 5 seconds, so for a huge question, maybe I'll just go back on the list for that piece. Sorry about that.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weeb, second round of questions.
Yeah, mine, I'm going to go on the budget. So this is to Sandra. In our budget document on the prioritization of what's included in our base scenario, this work is at the second lowest ranking of 8. And I'm just wondering why it's ranked at a level 8 and not included as the 5% priority.
So we put it forward through this work as a consideration for council investment. That was where it landed in that list is the result of a collective prioritization effort. Certainly, this council can consider where you place it in within your priorities. That's just where it landed through an effort, a collective.
Okay. Can you expand a little bit on that effort on?
Sure.
Yeah,
sure,
how that process
absolutely. There was some prioritization across multiple departments. We recognize that in the list presented to council, there are a great number of priorities that address, whether it's climate change, affordable housing, or affordability, poverty reduction. So there's a whole range of priorities in there, and ultimately it'll be this council's your responsibility or your role to prioritize that. But that was what came through an interdepartmental kind of exercise to prioritize. It's as you can see from the list, it's difficult.
Okay, and one of the comments from the committee and as well as some of the work in here says to ensure that this work is properly funded moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
How do we see the funding asks of the report coming in Q1, recognizing that there's no budget opportunities at that point? So how are we going to ensure that this is adequately funded and implemented for over the next few years?
So the report, to clarify, the final report will come forward in Q2 of 2021, which gives us ample time to think about the next budget. But in the final report, we do anticipate a range of initiatives being recommended. As per the equity strategy, some of this is a lens through which we need to look at the decisions that we make and how we design systems or how we design spaces. And so it's a lens that we need to apply in a different way. In some cases, it could be a redirection of existing effort. And in some cases, it might be that we do need to request some additional resources. It's a bit too early to tell, but we should have that worked out in time for the Q2 report and in time for the 2023 budget process.
Okay, so the report next time will give us better data and information for us to make the decision to ensure we can fund this moving forward. Yes. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of follow-up questions. It's referenced in the report the federal government's focus on accessibility standards. I know this has been a long time discussion. Curious, in the past, Vancouver has adopted its own. We have our own building code. We have our own childcare guidelines. Do you foresee us going down the path of establishing our own accessibility standards, or do you think it's reasonable to look at what the federal and provincial governments come forward with and adopt those as standards for the city?
Yeah, I think that's quite reasonable. I think the part of the reason we've been staying in touch with the provincial government and what they're doing and looking at the federal government is to ensure that ours aligns with what they're doing. Now, that being said, there have been some pieces that have come to us from community that are kind of in addition to what the province and the federal government is saying. So I could see some adaptation based on what community has brought forward as specific areas of focus that aren't necessarily highlighted in those other standards.
Great, thank you for that. And then curious if the task force, in light of the fact that there's now a subcommittee of council that's focused on the working relationship with the city council and the city and the school board, if there's going to be conversations there, I understand that about 1/3 of schools are not accessible. And not talking just about children, but for parents who are dropping off their kids who may be in wheelchairs. And if there'll be some conversations taking place through the task force and the subcommittee that's been struck.
I think, the task force and ourselves would be more than willing to have that conversation. What we have said to community when they've raised issues around the school board or health and other areas is that we are more than happy to bring that information forward to those who are mandated and have that jurisdiction. But internally, I'm sure the task force would be more than willing, as would staff, to further conversations with other committees.
Great, thank you. And then with respect to the accountability framework and monitoring, they'll come forward with the strategy. Assuming there'll be some metrics in there, can you remind me, through our business licensing of sectors like taxis and ride hailing, do we have a requirement in our business licensing to require a certain percentage of those vehicles to be accessible?
We'll have to get back to you with that information. I don't have that information at hand, but we can ask and bring it back.
Okay, great. And Another question, have you had any feedback from the community around the displacement of disabled parking spaces that were displaced through the patio implementation? I've heard concerns from a few, and I'm curious if that came through your engagement.
There's been talk about disabled parking, but I don't recall any comments relating to outdoor patio and displacement. I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. And also curious if in the conversations the subject of snow removal came up through the community in light of particularly sidewalks, recognizing I know homeowners and property owners, commercial property owners are responsible for sidewalks, but it is hit and miss and inconsistent. Has that come up as a subject?
There were a couple of comments relating to not snow removal, but garbage pickup and bringing down recycling and sort of the household duties of getting help from the city relating to that. So maybe that may fall the same lines as snow removal.
And we can bring these issues back to the task force for their input as well. And I should also mention that while it might not have been specific to snow removals, sidewalks and curb cuts and accessibility on sidewalks was one of the big themes that came through all the community consultations.
Yeah, I can imagine, and I appreciate that. I know I'm coming up to time, and so maybe I'll make some comments when we move the recommendations. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Boyle. And yes, if you could rephrase your question just for anyone who's just tuning in, that'd be great.
Yes, actually, as I listen to other questions, I mean, I really am just interested to hear if there's additional work we anticipate or conversations with the province or BC Housing around this growing need as baby boomers age for more accessible housing options for them. I imagine it's a piece of the Vancouver plan and all of these strategies intersect. So certainly on my radar, but happy to hear if there's more council should have on our radar in terms of the accessibility strategy and other policies we're looking at in terms of that growing demographic.
Absolutely. So as Sandra mentioned, we do have a housing policy group that is also part of our internal working group and connects with BC Housing. So we'll definitely be bringing this back to them. And if there are some pieces, we can provide an update to council at a later point.
Okay, great. Really appreciate all of this work. And that's all for me, but I'm happy to
thank you very much.
The recommendations if...
Great, you're moving the recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is great. We will go to debate and decision. Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. Just to again say a huge thank you to the staff, all of the members of the task force, and I know a huge amount of volunteer work that goes into this. It's certainly something we all hear about. It's something I hear about very regularly from my own family and many networks in the community, and important work that continues to be more important. I'm really glad for and appreciative of the work that the task force is doing, looking at how disability intersects with so many other barriers that residents across the city experience. That is clearly important, and I can tell in all of the work how deeply that's understood by our staff leading it. And so just want to say thank you for that, and really looking forward to supporting this work as it moves forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weed.
Yeah, this is exciting. 2018, I remember being at the PDAC table discussing about how we could get this on the council floor as quickly as possible before the election, knowing that this is so important and needed to continue. So to see this momentum grow, it's great to have this day. I'm really looking forward to the report. I know he was thanked before. I think Paul Storr has done a tremendous job throughout this process. He's been at every meeting. He's answered so many questions through some tough times and with COVID where this kind of got sidetracked a little bit, but he's been able to make sure it gets pushed forward. So really want to thank his leadership as well as everyone on the team. It's great to see the names on the task force still. I know they've changed, but these are all leaders that have done so much work for the city on the advisory committees. And so I appreciate the team. Great presentation, Karen. It's great to see everyone and all the work on this, and really looking forward to the report when it comes back. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to staff and the task force and the advisory for all of the work on the strategy to date. I just want to reflect a few things based on my connection to this work. I've really appreciated Councillor Wiebe and Councillor DeGenova's perspective as they've been the liaisons to the advisory committee. But one of the comments that came back to me through one of the residents I spoke with was that the importance of this strategy, but also acknowledging that from his experience, and this is his lived experience, that this is one of the most accessible cities in the world, and he's lived in other places, and that it was actually one of his reasons for moving here was because of the accessibility, which includes, for example, transit being 100% accessible. And so I think just to acknowledge that, and obviously always more work to be done, and but I thought it was helpful to get that perspective. What stood out for me in the work that's been undertaken in terms of obviously extensive engagement, but really the importance of the accessibility lens and that application across departments and across programs and services. And while I didn't focus my attention on it, others brought up the subject of buildings and DBL, and I didn't bring an amendment today because of the moratorium we have with respect to DBL, but it is something I feel strongly about around some observations I've made since being elected and some gaps. And so I appreciate that that is going to be a focus, and that there's involvement and conversations happening around buildings and accessibility. I also want to speak to actions, recognizing this is high level and that the full draft strategy is coming. I think that's what people are looking for, is what are the tangible, concrete actions that will come out of this. And obviously that will be different for each person, their perspective of what that looks like. But I think there are some pieces in there identified. And then accountability and how important that is for this work, and that there are time frames and expectations and that monitoring framework that you refer to, Wilma, so that this work moves forward. And then just reflecting some other comments that I heard from residents I spoke with is that they felt, and it's identified in the appendix, but the importance of the universal design principle, that is really critical, and that having to ask for accommodations is that sense of feeling like other. And so really that we need to be really adopting that principle throughout our work. The importance of the built environment and public spaces, great support for the accessibility audits of neighborhoods, because there is inconsistency from neighborhood to neighborhood, and you gave the example of curb cuts and how important that is. We touched on parking, and while transit is accessible for some individuals, driving and having access to a vehicle is still a necessity for their day-to-day lives, and so having that free designated parking is important. And there's so much in this strategy, obviously, but one last piece I want to reflect on is the feedback I received around the importance of more accessible seating in our civic venues and arts and culture venues, and to not be segregated. And so again, that sense of feeling like other. And so just again, I know all of that will be looked at, but I want to say thank you for the work that's been done to date. I look forward to the final draft strategy and action items in the new year.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And that is the end of our speakers queue for discussion. So ready to take us to a vote, please, clerks. And that report has passed with unanimous support. So thank you very much to Karen for presenting and the team. Thank you very much. So we'll be moving over now to a referred item. We have one item on the agenda and that was referred from yesterday's council meeting in order to hear from speakers. The referred motion is item 4, previously motion B3, plant-based purchasing savings for city and climate, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Boyle. So we'll now hear from speakers on this motion. Speakers heard by phone will be patched through by a moderator when their turn comes up. In-person speakers will be admitted into the chamber when it's their turn to speak. So I think right now we have our callers joining by phone. So I'm going to start by calling on speaker number 1, Emily Pickett.
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. You do have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I note here that it says you're not a resident of Vancouver. Could you confirm if you're a resident?
I'm not a resident.
You're
no,
not.
I'm the campaign director with the Vancouver Humane Society.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Great. Okay, I'd like to start by thanking you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. Like I said, I am the campaign director for the Vancouver Humane Society, and VHS has worked for a number of years now to support change toward a more humane, healthy, and sustainable food system. We've worked in collaboration with close to 20 secondary and post-secondary schools, as well as healthcare facilities throughout the Lower Mainland, to improve public access to plant-based options through initiatives like Meatless Monday. We also participated in the City of Vancouver's recent Food Solutions Lab, convened in response to the city's climate emergency declaration. Our food system and animal agriculture in particular is a principal driver of air and water pollution, water scarcity, land degradation, species and habitat loss, and intensive animal farming, commonly referred to as factory farming. Animal products generally have a larger environmental footprint and are more resource intensive than plant-based foods. And a growing body of research and scientific experts reiterate the importance of shifting our food system and consumption toward less animal products and more plant-based foods. In fact, this transition is necessary if we are to meet our international climate change commitments and to prevent dangerous levels of global warming, as well as to feed a growing human population. And it's going to take government action at all levels to support this crucial shift in our food system. Experts have pointed to the fact that while cities may not produce large amounts of food within their boundaries, they are major centers of food consumption, and they can utilize their purchasing power and set policies that support much needed food system change. And we know that food consumption makes up nearly half of Vancouver's ecological footprint, 98% of which is linked to the land and energy used to produce that food and animal products in particular. So with all of this in mind, it's really exciting for us to see the connection being made in the city's climate emergency action plan in terms of acknowledging the benefits of shifting to more sustainable plant-based diets. As referenced in the motion, VHS's recently commissioned report examines current food purchasing strategies associated with the City of Vancouver, including direct spending such as catering contracts for city-run events and meetings, as well as indirect spending, so wherein the city provides food-related funding or has input in other municipal food-related spending. The report itself proposes 3 alternative food purchasing models that effectively replace 20% of animal-based foods purchased with plant-based alternatives. And the 3 options really vary and provide flexibility depending on what the city's main priorities may be with this, whether that be sustainability, financial efficiency, and or social responsibility. Polling in recent years has consistently reflected growing support among Canadians, and particularly so amongst British Columbians, for diet change toward less meat consumption. A survey following the release of the updated Canada Food Guide found that 53% of British Columbians saw consuming less meat as a protein source as a positive choice. And as the public becomes increasingly interested in plant-based foods and diets, whether that be for personal health, animal welfare, sustainability, or other reasons, it's important to support equitable access for everyone. Replacing a minimum of animal-based food items with plant-based alternatives that do not contain any animal-based ingredients is an important first step in improving public access to plant-based diets. And in the midst of a growing climate and ecological crisis, we all need to do everything we can to support positive change in our communities. And the recommendations put forward in this motion are crucial steps at the municipal level toward a more sustainable and humane food system. And that is everything that I need to say.
Great, thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Weeb. Please go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
For coming to speak today. My question is on the data. Are we recognizing that this is talking about what we could do to work on climate initiatives in our plant-based food? Recognizing that certain plants are sourced not locally, they take a lot more energy, they take a lot more water. Is part of your research looking at what are the alternatives for people when they're making their decisions? So what locally based products, animal kelp, would be a better solution for the climate? Are you just looking at the animal side of this conversation? Or are you looking at what vegetables, what local produce would help us respond to the climate emergency?
Certainly. So the report itself is really focused on looking at the different purchasing streams within the city and where the city has that influence. So it doesn't expand on looking further at different plant-based foods and assessing those individually. But certainly I think there's an opportunity to kind of continue doing that work as well.
Okay. Is part of that work looking at the localization of the food system or no?
Not in this report. It's really focused on what food is currently being purchased, and then those three alternative strategies of either replacing 20% across the board of each item, 20% of the most cost intensive, or 20% of the most carbon intensive, and that's kind of the scope of it at this point.
Okay, and recognizing the different levels of GHGs that come from different animal-based products, is part of that research going to let people make that decision about if you do this type of animal-based product, even at 20%, go for this one because it will be that much even more of a reduction? So you guys, is the organization doing a determination of the difference between different animal products comparative to non-animal products, plant-based?
So there might be some information in the report if we look at the particular proposal that focuses on the most carbon intensive replacement. So it looks at what's currently being purchased and then the biggest difference in terms of carbon intensity between the animal-based current options and the plant-based alternatives. So I could see something kind of continuing from that, but that's sort of as far as it's gone right now in that one proposal focused on carbon intensity, just looking at the greatest difference and where those savings can be found.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Fry.
Yes, sure. Thanks, Emily. Hi.
Hi.
Curious why the report lands on 20%. Seems modest, not super ambitious. Was there a logic to picking a number like 20%?
Yeah, so we noted 20% as a minimum benchmark. We felt that it was effective in demonstrating the impact of the policy change while remaining attainable in the short term. So certainly I think there's an opportunity to start with 20% and continue to go from there. We have seen some post-secondary schools in Canada and abroad use 20% as a benchmark. So I think it was just a place to start, but it's certainly, there's room to grow from there as well.
So what I'm hearing too, though, 20% is an attainable goal, and does that reflect sort of market trends and demographics as to people's kind of predilection towards plant-based of late?
Yeah, I mean, I think plant-based is certainly, there's a growing demand for plant-based foods, and we're seeing that, locally and internationally. So I think 20% is a very achievable place to start.
Okay, great. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate the work in this report, by the way. It's really spectacular.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Fry, and thank you, Emily. Those are all your questions. We appreciate you coming to speak to Council.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Asha Wielden.
Thank you for.
Go ahead, we could hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to
Okay.
council.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite to speak today. I am in support of including minimum 20% of plant-based options in purchasing. I am the founder of Kula Foods. We produce and offer plant-based foods both in retail, catering services, and meal services in the Greater Vancouver area. Just to, kind of give light, I'm also a parent with students, with children that are in the school system. And I think this is a really great time to have more inclusivity around the options that are available as a small business owner that is on a mission to provide as many plant-based options that are accessible. We are seeing that growing trend, and I can tell you firsthand. It's at a point where, working out of a kitchen that holds over 42 businesses, local businesses, we see majority shifting over to plant-based options as a key focus. And then as a parent, would love to take part in the purchasing and food options that are available in the public school. Unfortunately, these options are not available at all for our children, and it was kind of a really big eye-opener, and it kind of screamed. And one of the discussions that I've had with a teacher was accessibility to local foods and the lack thereof of these vegan or vegetarian options. One of the discussions was around accessibility and cost, and I think as we look at purchasing within local with the minimum 20%, it will have a direct effect on small businesses to be given that chance to offer these plant-based options. So I'm going to keep it short, but this is really encouraging. I think it speaks to not only offering plant-based, but also supporting local businesses that are, hoping to give as much options as possible. And, I'm a thorough believer that, the best that we can do for our overall system, not just on one side, it's not just about animals, it's about our health, our children's health, and accessibility across the board. Buying local and supporting businesses that are looking to create as many options to our communities is key. And so I'd be really thrilled to see this go forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Fry. Over to you, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for joining us, Asha. So I see you on Instagram, and I've had your food before, and I know you guys describe yourself as an Afro-vegan kitchen from East Vancouver. If you don't mind me asking, how's business and growth, and you're a new business. How are you finding the industry and the opportunities?
Thank you, Councillor. I think what we're seeing is the demand is growing. And so we went from offering catering services to local nonprofit and smaller organizations. And as we, received feedback, also working at Vancouver and UBC farmers markets, we got a lot of direct feedback around what the market would like to see. And some of the key standings are sustainability. So when you choose to incorporate more plant-based options, you're thinking of sustainable choices. And so with that, we've been able to expand our product offerings. Our offers started with just stews, and we now offer alternative plant-based meats and condiments that can be used. And yeah, I think our pricing has remained competitive, that it's still accessible to the community. The other part is when thinking of sustainability, with buying local, you're looking at the overall impact, right? So packaging solutions really plays a big role for us. And we've been able to, again, work locally in providing solutions that are well-rounded and not just based on one-sided. So yeah, it's demand is there. More folks would like to see dairy-free options, proteins, and as we see more companies pop up, we're also just getting a lot more engagement around it. We personally also host cooking sessions that bring our communities together to learn about ways we can incorporate more plant-based foods in our daily lives, and it's being really well received.
Oh, that's great. We're all about supporting local business and community. I'm curious, we sometimes hear about plant-based diets as being a challenge for delivery of proper nutrition and proteins and that kind of thing. How do you address those kind of concerns in your catering?
Yeah, this is, I think that's one of the first things we think about. And I think beyond protein, we also look at fiber. And so one of the realizations that folks come to is that natural plant protein occurs in, legumes, in beans, and these are some of the more accessible ingredients. And so we incorporate that into our stews to ensure that we keep the cost down, but also really go into more natural offerings. And yeah, overall, it's just, very clean eating without, it's with minimal work. I think awareness is still key. However, it is, the educational piece is that protein is accessible to most of the plant-based options. Yeah, it's not as daunting once you, are willing to learn and, allow companies like ourselves to continue offering it.
Thanks, Asha.
Thank you for that
That
question.
is the end of Councillor Fry's time, but thank you very much. And those are all your questions, Asha, but it was great to hear from you. Thanks for coming to speak to Council.
I appreciate the welcome.
Great. So next we have Eleanor Boyle.
Hello, can I be heard?
You are coming through very clear. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Acting Mayor and Councillors. My name is Eleanor Boyle. I live and work in Vancouver, and I am speaking in favor of the motion. I am a former longtime journalist and college instructor. I have degrees in psychology, neuroscience, and food policy. Books that I have written include one which outlines all the reasons and strategies that people the world over need to eat less meat. So I am here as an independent citizen who has done a lot of research on the topic of this motion. So I just want to make 2 points. One, the science has been clear for years that the way that we produce meat and dairy today in a large scale and intensive factories, as Emily Pickett described, compromises environment, public health, and our basic sense of decency regarding the way we treat other species. But it's been a really tough issue, especially for national governments around the world, and I have watched this. And that's because animal agriculture has powerful lobbies and because individual eaters have emotions and habits around food. So for decades, most of the heavy lifting on this issue has been done by individuals who have heard about it, they read the science, and they have been shocked and moved to personally shift their diets to go more plant-based. But the movement really has been bottom up. But we all know that individual action is not enough. So this is a chance for you to help move it to another level and take a modest but a very real step, as Emily Pickett and Pete Fry were talking about. This step is modest because the science shows that developed countries probably need to cut back on animal products, certainly much more than 20%. It's probably 50% or more over time. But this motion does represent a meaningful and a doable shift. And now is an excellent time. I've been educating on this for more than 25 years. And in the early years, I got a lot of criticism, a lot of opposition, and was even called a few names. But these days, I am much more likely to hear people say that they get it and that they're shifting excuse me, to less meat. Their households are shifting, or at least they're trying really hard. And this isn't just anecdotal. As you've heard, wider evidence supports that more and more people see future food as mostly plant-based. So to summarize, one, we need meat reduction at levels that are higher than the individual or the household, and this is an opportunity. Two, the motion is in line with the values and attitudes of more and more Vancouverites. I'm sure you'll get criticism, but you'll also have strong support. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You do have questions. Councillor Carr, 3 minutes, questions of speaker.
Great. Thanks so much. And I think it was many years ago when I read your book. It was fantastic and very eye-opening for me at the time. But there's a question I don't know. I can't remember if you answered it in that book, but maybe you can answer it now. What role does really shifting to a plant-based diet play in terms of us tackling the climate crisis and the crisis around really our environment and sustainability?
Well, plant-based foods of all kinds, or I should say meat and dairy, create many more greenhouse gases than any equivalent amount of plant foods. So of anthropogenic greenhouse gases, meat and dairy are at least 15% and probably closer to 25% of anthropogenic greenhouse gases. Now, as we replace that with plant-based foods, those numbers are not going to disappear. The plant-based foods are also going to have some greenhouse gas creation. So I can't give you an exact number, but there are so many ways in which meat and dairy are problematic. One that people don't think about is refrigeration, mentioned by Drawdown and many other groups as a major greenhouse gas producer. Meat and dairy products have to be refrigerated or they will make us sick. Vegetable products, not so much. So there are just a lot of ways in which meat and dairy cost many more greenhouse gases than plant-based foods. Sorry, I can't give you a number, Councillor Carr.
That's okay, but I still have zucchinis on my back shelf, not refrigerated from the summer, and they're great.
Great.
Thanks very much for speaking on this and for the work you do.
Thank you.
And you do have questions from Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, and thanks for calling in, and Eleanor. I am just wondering, in all the work that you have done on education on this front, if you have any thoughts or advice on how the city, in taking this step, can be communicating it in ways that invite others to consider their own choices rather than sort of getting their backs up and digging heels in.
Right. Great question. I have changed a lot on this over the years, and so have many people who work in this field. One of the realities is to help people realize that their food choices are not simply personal, but affect the planet and others. Hard to know how to put that. Different demographics respond to different messages. The advent of the term plant-based, which we're all using today, is brilliant. 15, 20 years ago, everybody in this field said, go vegetarian or eat less meat. And that's part of the name of my book. Today, it's nicer to say, rather than don't do that, it's nicer to say, do that. So rather than eat less meat, eat more plant-based foods. It doesn't entirely give the picture, because people might just add more plant-based foods to the big steak in the middle of the plate. But ultimately, we have to eat less meat. But different demographics respond to different messages. As soft and as compassionate a message as we can. I work with many people who give the vegan message, and that has a lot of quality to it, and I understand it. Many of us have chosen the eat less meat message, feeling that it's more likely to be successful. And I just say one more thing. I thought for years that no one would want to cut out meat altogether, that most people want to keep eating a little. But the tsunami of the vegan movement has surprised me and told me that many people don't want to take a small step. They want to take a big step. So there are different demographics, and I guess that's all I'll say.
Okay, that's all my questions, but thanks again for phoning in.
Thanks.
And thank you very much. Those are your questions. We appreciate you coming to speak to council today. Next, we have Ryan McKee.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity, and thanks to the previous speakers for sharing your story as well. I'm the founder of Elemento, which is a Vancouver business. We make plant-based kids food. I launched this in the spring, and we piloted this lunch delivery service. Basically, parents could sign up. We'd drop off these lunches at night, and they could put in the backpack for the next morning. Fully plant-based, and we had some really great kind of interest and response across Vancouver. This September, we actually kicked off the very first plant-based kids lunch program in Canada. We partnered with a Montessori called Nido de Montessori in Richmond, and we're making 20, 25 lunches every day, 5 days a week. I was there in the kitchen at 5 a.m. this morning, and it's been an amazing learning experience. And in just only 2 months or so, we've generated so much insight that I'm here to share, and a ton of interest from other schools that are now inquiring about how they can maybe bring that on. So, I'm not here to just promote my business, but rather share kind of my insights. What have I learned, especially because a Montessori school, kind of follows a similar sort of institutional profile of some of the types of places that you might roll out into as well. So, 3 kind of big ones for me. So first off, education has been absolutely critical. Veronica, the owner of Nido de Montessori, said it really well. She said, we don't have a food challenge, we have an education challenge. And what that means is we've spent actually a ton of time working with the parents, educating them. We do videos that we send to them on social media. We've done some in-class or like in-group interactive kind of activities with the kids. We've had open houses. We've written things because we recognize that actually there's a lot of questions around plant-based eating. And, parents are handing over their kids for, 5-6 hours a day, and they want to know exactly what their kids are eating. And none of these parents, by the way, and none of our customers to date have been vegans at all. These are just folks that are curious and interested. And one of the approaches that we've taken that I think I don't really hear it out there as much. And obviously, people speak to the health advantages and the betterment of the planet and animal welfare and things like that. But the way we've approached it with parents is sort of how it can balance a weekly routine. So, breakfast time is pretty dairy dominant. There's yogurt and there's milk and eggs and cheese and all those things. And then dinner tends to be pretty meat dominant, or at least the meat is kind of the hero of most North American dinners. So the way we positioned it is that, listen, we're just here to kind of come into that midday meal and focus in on vitamins, minerals, fiber, all of those things that maybe just get a little bit less attention at those other times. Feel free to do what you need to do at those other meals, and we'll take care of some of those other things. And so when you position it more of this kind of softer, more like a complement to an existing routine, we've really got a lot more buy-in that way, as opposed to some kind of like stance or, on becoming plant-based or not. Sorry, just taking a sip of water. The second one for me, the big takeaway was how reluctant parents are to processed foods. And, I think that for better or worse, the plant-based movement that has occurred, especially over the last few years, has been dominated by these more processed foods, the burgers and the chicken nuggets and these types of things. And unfortunately, and I think rightfully so, I'm a parent, parents have a lot of questions about those foods, and they're really unsure about the ingredients, and they're really unsure in terms of how that might impact their child's diet. And so for us, we use real ingredients. So there's only a few instances where we take something that might be processed. We might use a dairy-free mayo or something instead of making it from scratch. But that, I think, lends itself well to some of the things you're looking to implement. I think that if you're talking about a concession stand at a park or a golf course or something like that, sure, a plant-based burger makes a lot of sense. It's quick and easy. But I would certainly suggest to you, if you're talking about things that require maybe a little more of like a catering or a food service, maybe a festival or something like that, that really your consumers, and particularly if we're talking kids' food, say in the school system or whatnot, to maybe move more toward that sort of real ingredient, kind of made from scratch kind of stuff, as opposed to processed food. And then the third one for me is this notion that I'm kind of coining food inclusivity. One of the things we've done is we've stripped away a lot of the common allergens. So not only are we, of course, we're dairy free and meat free and shellfish and all those things, but also like gluten free. And basically what we realized is that food can have this communal experience in a classroom. And, we don't want to produce something where there's the separate item with the yellow sticker on it off in the corner. We don't want to set that kind of precedence, and we don't want to, we're cognizant of the impact that might have on that child as they grow up, sort of feeling.
Ryan,
that
I'm just going to
this
say that you are
exclusionary
over
thing.
time. So if you could just wrap
Oh,
up
I'm
with one
sorry.
sentence, that'd be great.
Yeah, so just really believing that kind of inclusivity of a meal is also an important aspect of it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Fry. Please go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ryan. I don't have kids, but I know a few kids. And I also know that yeah, it's true. And I know that they're notoriously finicky eaters, and like eating your vegetables does not seem like an easy sell for kids. How are you making plant-based, kid-friendly food? What do kids like in a plant-based diet?
That's been a big challenge, admittedly. September was a big learning experience for us. We found that the first week or two, kids were kind of only having a couple bites of things, and parents were getting pretty concerned that they're paying for this and their kids aren't eating it. We sort of asked them to kind of go on this journey with us and to look at this as more of a journey. And I'm telling you, like, it's the first week in November, and the kids are eating it all now. And in fact, parents have commented on, like, my kid never ate spinach and now they're eating spinach. And we're looking at this as like, wow, by the end of the school year, we might be able to increase a child's palate from, eating only like 10 foods or something to now eating 20 or 25 or something like that. And so, there is definitely a bit of a curve, a bit of a hump to get over, but that repetition and that kind of ongoing engagement, they push through it. At least that's what we're seeing.
So, true story, when I was a kid in Vancouver public schools in the 1970s, the highlight of the year was Hamburger Day, when a big multinational food conglomerate would come in and distribute hamburgers and orange drink and apple pies, and it was a thrill. And I often thought, in retrospect, wow, way to set kids up to have lifelong eating habits of certain golden arches. Do you see this as a role where you're actually building healthy food habits for the rest of their life, kind of a challenge?
Oh, absolutely. And, and I think that's kind of part of that notion around it. It's not necessarily a stance to take or to target sort of vegans only or whatever, but to actually just make it a kind of a normal part of the weekly routine and to normalize. I know in my house, it doesn't feel like, oh, today's a vegan day or this is a vegan dish or something like that. It's actually just sort of woven in and out of a day or a week. And I think that's a key part. And yes, absolutely. And, I talked a bit over time on the inclusivity piece, but like that as well, like to instill those habits of like, you are welcome into this meal, you can eat it and enjoy it, and it's healthy for you. And from such an early age, literally 3 years old as some of our students, is pretty exciting.
Right on. Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Actually, I have questions for you, Ryan. I'll just advance myself here. And have moved motions and done quite a bit of work in the space of universal food, healthy food programs in schools. And you've touched on a few things, inclusivity, and what I heard is universality, meaning people are not, young kids who can escape sort of the stigma of needing to access food at schools by offering meals to everybody. Can you just share a little bit about how that works with your program? And are you accessing any sort of public school system right now?
No, we're not. I've reached out to the school system. I spent 18 odd years in the sports industry of all things and have kind of pivoted and trying this entrepreneurial venture. So part of me is trying to kind of work my way into this industry and this network. But I envision even just a baby step and potentially what I'm trying to do here as a kind of a plant day in the school system. Could we take a few schools and do sort of plant day at General Wolfe Elementary and have curriculum and things like that there, and maybe guest speakers at the assembly and food and things like that. So I've had no I haven't had that opportunity within the public school system to date, but so far just the kind of private preschool Montessori type. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question. Just a quick follow-up, noting that the whole idea of meal kit delivery is a growing industry, and one that comes with growing concerns around recyclable materials. And I'm just curious if that comes up for you at all. I know this is speaking more directly to what it is that you're doing, but recognizing that municipalities generally are not accepting the packaging in terms of recyclable items that can be dealt with. And I just wondered if you had a thought on that or if that's come up for you.
Yeah, totally. And actually, thank you. Literally about a week, maybe 2 weeks into my little entrepreneurial venture in the spring, I was going house to house around Vancouver. I think I had maybe 12 or 15 customers, and I dropped off these like plastic, the typical ones you might see from a restaurant or something, and leaving them on the doorstep. And I actually just felt kind of gross about it. And I literally made a big pivot and it was like, I can't do this. And I went out and found a local supplier of these like sort of stainless steel tiffin containers, and bought about 50 of those or so. And for that pilot program of doing like home delivery.
Brian, can I interrupt you just because I have limited time? It's a really, and I'd love to email with you about what you're finding there. A quick question around affordability, recognizing that the program that you're offering and meal kit programs are quite expensive at $10 to $15 per serving. Can you just talk about affordability with your program?
Yeah, I think one of the things is back to what I was saying about processed food. I think most of the more expensive aspect of plant-based is in those processed ones. I think Asha was speaking to this. When you're using legumes and beans and fresh vegetables and things like that, you're able to kind of bring the cost down a fair bit more.
Okay, I'm going to have to leave it there because I have as much time as everyone, of course, and I'm going to send you an email. I'd be really interested to chat with you about those questions further.
Thanks so much.
And those are all your questions, Ryan, so thanks so much for coming to speak to Council.
Thank you.
So seeing we have no other speakers on the queue, I just again thanks to all the speakers that called in to offer their perspective. And no one has missed their turn. So we now have the motion on the floor. The motion has been moved, correct? Yeah, so the motion has been moved. So is there any discussion? Councillor Carr.
The silence was deafening. I actually just have to thank Councillor Fry for putting this forward. I think this is a good move in terms of people's health and in terms of the environment. And I'm just, I thank all the speakers. The speakers were great and offered a lot of information. So I'm very happy to support this. Good move for people and the planet.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr. And Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess I was just holding out to speak to close. I really appreciate the speakers that came. I think we really got a breadth of kind of really what we're talking about when we look at the plant-based diet options, healthy eating habits for young people and for all of us, small business opportunities, a growth in a sector that we're seeing real momentum here in Vancouver as what some are calling the vegan capital of North America. What an opportunity to celebrate that and bring it into some of our procurement policies. And of course, the impacts on the climate are significant, and the shift to a plant-based diet, even at 20%, is significant. We know that the C20 or the C40 cities have embraced this as a real solution that we need to pursue, and it's something that we need to do, across the planet, because we know that emerging economies and in other nations, meat production is just not even a viable option for feeding populations. So it is a shift, and it's something that we can lead on as a greenest city. So I'm super excited, and I'm really grateful to the work that Vancouver Humane Society has done to put forward this report and the advocacy that they do, and really appreciative of, enjoyed working with this group over the years, and I think they do fantastic work. And I really appreciate that they took the time and attention to focus on how Vancouver could do something like this. And of course, sharing some of these outcomes with our colleagues at school and Parkford, I think is going to be a critical part to the success. And I also just want to, highlight that in speaking to folks about this, I've acknowledged that this council is the council to really actually move the dial on this kind of stuff, because we have consistently, as a council, taken positions on animal welfare and, healthy kind of food practices and stuff that I think when people thought, oh, was this going to pass at Vancouver City Council? I'm like, yeah, I think it will actually, because I think this is the council that will do this. This is the council who rather spontaneously decided we weren't going to go down for closing a lane to sell to a chicken factory in East Vancouver, because none of us really felt that good about factory farming in a residential neighborhood. So kudos to this council as well. Not presupposing how you're going to vote, but I sure hope you'll support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. And I'll just, if Council will indulge me, I'm wanted to speak in support of the motion. I think we are asking all the right questions, and even early days when we got elected, if anybody's wondering who was asking for more vegan lunches being brought in for us, it was me. So I'm a huge proponent of plant-based meals, I think, for health, for the environment, cost-effective. And I do see through organizations like Fresh Roots, Coalition for Healthy Food in Schools, that it starts with our early childhood education, and so I'm appreciating that that is in the motion to talk to the Vancouver School Board and continue to push from that angle too. And I think 20% is reasonable in terms of a foot in the door to start to change our practices. So happy to support. So with that, we'll go to a vote. And that motion passes with unanimous support. So with that, Council, we are coming to the end of our agenda. In fact, that actually ends the standing committee portion of this meeting. And we're now going to convene in Council with Deputy Mayor Carr as chair to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart is away on civic business. Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova is on a leave of absence. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Deputy Mayor Carr.
Thanks, Kurt. We need a motion to adopt the Standing Committee's recommendations for items 1 to 4.
So moved.
Seconder? Thank you. Did you catch that? That was Councillor Hardwick for second. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. This motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn this meeting? Got that, Councillor Hardwick, seconder?
Kirby Young.
Thank you. All those in favor, say yay.
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 Any opposed, say nay. That is unanimous as well. This meeting is adjourned. Have a great day, everyone.